Mr. Secretary, can we please have a roll call?
Good morning. Yes, Mr. President. Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Angel Bolquez Jr. Present. Senator Bolquez Jr. present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Here. Senator DeGraff present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Here. Senator Fonseca present. Senator Novell E. Joseph Sr. Francis Jr. Sorry. Just checking to see who's listening. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Thank you. Senator Francis Jr. present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Present. Senator Francis Heiliger is present. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Present. Senator Frederick present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Present. Senator Gittins present. Senator Maurice C. James. Here. Senator James present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Here. Senator Johnson present. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph absent. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Present. Senator Joseph Sr. present. Senator Avery L. Lewis present. Senator Lewis here. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Here.
Senator Potter present. Senator Kurt A. Valley. Here. Senator Valley present. Mr. President, you have 14 members present, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. Colleagues, we have a quorum, so we are therefore prepared to proceed. Madam Clerk, are there any pieces of correspondence to be read into the record at this time?
Yes, Mr. President.
Please recognize.
No, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Senator Viola, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to order the agenda into 2 blocks. Block number 1, the consideration of nominees. The Honorable Jessica Gallivan, Carolyn P, Hermon-Percell, Mr. Winston A. Williams, Mr. Kirk Callwood. The consideration of zonings, Bill number 36 as 0033, Bill number 36 as 0034, Bill number 36 as 0082, Bill number 36 as 0094, and Bill number 36 as 0095 as Block 1, with a debate time of 3 minutes. Block number 2, consideration of bills, Bills number 36 as 005, Bill number 36 as 0021, Bill number 36 as 0036, Bill number 36 as 0053, Bill number 36 as 0063, Bill number 36 as 0085, Bill number 36 as 0063 will be considered a non-germane bill. And additionally, I move that there will be no special orders. And block number 2 will have a debate time of 4 minutes. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Viola, seconded by Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Avery Lewis, Senator Maurice James, Senator Clifford Joseph, Senator Novell Francis, objected to by Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Can we have a roll call? Please recognize the microphone of the clerk.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Ray Fonseca, yay. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., yay. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator Francis Heiliger, nay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick, yay. Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James, yes. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, yes. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr., yes. Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis, yes. Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter,
here.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. Vielle,
Yeah.
Senator Vielle, yay. Mr. President, we have 12 yeas, 2 nays, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The motion is adopted. Madam Clerk, can you please proceed with the correspondence that you just received?
Letter dated June 2nd, 2025. The Honorable Milton E. Potter, Senate President, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Dear Senate President Potter, please accept this letter as a formal notice that I will be absent from Wednesday, June 4th, 2025 regular session scheduled to begin at 10 a.m. in the Earle B. Ottley Legislative Hall. This absence is due to family medical reasons. Kindly be sure to forward all documents and information shared at the session to my office. Thank you for your consideration on this matter. Respectfully, Carla J. Joseph, Senator, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. This concludes the reading of the correspondence, Mr. President.
President, you now have 14 present, 1 excuse.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. Colleagues, as we gather here today in the Earle B. Ottley Legislative Halls, we do so with a shared commitment to serve the people of St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix with integrity, with purpose, and unwavering dedication. Today's agenda reflects the breadth of our responsibilities and the depth of our commitment to addressing the pressing needs of our territory. We have important nominations to consider that will strengthen our judiciary and key governing boards, including the renomination of the Honorable Jessica Gallivan to the Superior Court and appointments to the University of the Virgin Islands Board of Trustees, the Virgin Islands Board of Contractors, Trades and Crafts, and the Banking Board. Our legislative agenda today demonstrates our commitment to progress on multiple fronts. We will consider critical zoning matters that will shape the future development of our islands, including important changes in Estate Smith Bay, Estate LaGrange, Estate Baccarrow, St. Joseph, and Rosendahl that will support responsible growth while preserving the character of our communities. Additionally, we have substantial legislative matters before us that touch the lives of every Virgin Islander. We will consider measures to strengthen protections for victims of domestic violence through mandatory minimum bail requirements, enhance oversight of opioid prescriptions to combat the ongoing crisis, increase penalties for traffic violations while establishing better enforcement mechanisms, and raise the minimum wage for government employees from $27,040 to $32,000, a vital step towards ensuring our public servants can meet the rising cost of living. We'll also address important fiscal matters, including ensuring that all contractors doing business in the Virgin Islands pay their fair share of gross receipt taxes, and examining salary adjustment procedures for public sector officials to ensure transparency and accountability in compensation decisions. These matters reflect our ongoing commitment to public safety, economic opportunity, responsible governance, and the well-being of all who call the Virgin Islands home. As we deliberate today, let us remember that our decisions echo far beyond these chambers. They impact families, businesses, communities, and the future we are building together. I encourage robust debate, thoughtful consideration, and a spirit of collaboration that has long defined this body. The work we do today continues our legacy of responsive, responsible governance for the people of the Virgin Islands. Let us proceed with the business of the people. Madam Clerk, can you please read today's agenda into the record? Motion. Senator Viola, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to withdraw the last motion that was made since the agenda wasn't read into the record. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Viola, seconded by Senator Blyden. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Madam Clerk, can you please proceed with the reading of today's official agenda into the record?
Consideration of floor agenda. Consideration of nominations. Honorable Jessica Gallivan, Governor's Renomination, Judge, Superior Court of the Virgin Islands. Carolyn P. Hermon-Percell, Esquire, University of the Virgin Islands, Board of Trustees. Mr. Winston M. A. Williams, Virgin Islands Board of Contractors, Trades and Crafts. Mr. Kirk Callwood, Sr., Banking Board, Virgin Islands Board of Trustees. Consideration of zonings, Bill number 36-0033, an act amending official zoning map, number STZ-9, for the island of St. Thomas to rezone remainder parcel number 19-1-2, parcel number 19-1-2-7, eastern portion, and parcel number 19-1-2-7 western portion. Estate Smithbay, numbers 1, 2, and 3, East and Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, from A-2, agricultural zone, to B-3, business scattered. Bill number 36-0034, an act to amend official zoning map number STZ-9 to allow for the rezoning of parcel number 19-1-2-4, Estate Smithbay, numbers 1, 2, and 3, East and Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, from R-1, residential low density, to B-2, business scattered, and to allow for a use variance from the B-3 business scattered zoning designation. Bill number 36-0082, an act granting a perpetual access easement by the government of the Virgin Islands for a portion of parcel number 75, Estate LaGrange, West End Quarter, St. Croix, for ingress and egress only. Bill number 36-0094, an act amending official zoning map number STZ-7 to rezone parcel number 2L, Estate Baccarat, number 5, Frenchman's Quarter, St. Thomas, from R-1, residential low density, to R-3, residential medium density. Bill number 36-0095, an act amending official zoning map number STZ-6, St. Thomas, to establish a planned area development on the R-2 zone parcel numbers 4I remainder and 4J remainder, Estate St. Joseph and Rosendahl, number 4, Great Northside Quarter. Consideration of bills. Bill number 36-0005, an act amending Title 16, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 2, Section 99, establishing a mandatory minimum bail amount in domestic violence cases. Bill number 36-0021, an act amending Title 19, Virgin Islands Code, Part 3, Chapter 29, Subchapter 1, relating to opioids and requiring that a practitioner discuss certain information with a patient when prescribing opioids. Bill number 36-0036, an act repealing and reenacting Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, Chapter 43, Section 512, increasing penalties for traffic violations, establishing a Virgin Islands Police Department impound lot, and for other related purposes. Bill number 36-0053, an act amending Title 3 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Subchapter 5, Section 555B, to increase the minimum annual salary for full-time employees of the government of the Virgin Islands, its semi-autonomous agencies, and independent instrumentalities from $27,040 to $32,000. This concludes the reading. Bill number 36-0063, an act amending Title 33 Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 1, Chapter 3, Section 41, 42A, and 43A and C, to clarify the gross receipt taxes must be paid by all contractors doing business in the Virgin Islands, regardless of physical location. Bill number 36-0085, an act to prevent or rescind any automatic implementation of salary adjustments made pursuant to the recommendations of the Virgin Islands Public Officials Compensation Commission, to reclaim unauthorized payments, and to establish enforcement and penalty provisions. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Do I have a motion? Senator Viale, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to order the agenda into two blocks. We'll reorder the agenda into two blocks. Block number 1, the consideration of the following nominees: the Honorable Jessica Gallivan to the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, Carolyn P. Hermon-Percell, Esquire, to the University of the Virgin Islands Board of Trustees, Mr. Winston A. Williams to the Virgin Islands Board of Contractors, Trade and Craft, Mr. Kirk Callwood Sr. to the Banking Board of the Virgin Islands Board of Trustees, and the consideration of zonings, Bill number 36-0033, Bill number 36-0034, Bill number 36-0082, Bill number 36-0094, Bill number 36-0095 as Block 1 with a 3-minute debate time. Block number 2, consideration of bills number 36-0005, Bill number 36-0021, Bill number 36-0036, Bill number 36-0053, Bill number 36-0063, which will be the non-germane bill and be placed as the last item on the agenda, and Bill number 36-0085 as block number 2 with a 4-minute debate time. Additionally, I move that there will be no special orders. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Kurt Viale, seconded by Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Maurice James, Senator Avery Lewis, objected to by in the wrong section. Objected to by Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Can we please have a roll call? And Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Yeah. Senator Blyden? Yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr.? Senator Bolquez Jr.? Yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? No. Senator DeGraff? Nay. Senator Ray Fonseca? Yay. Senator Fonseca? Yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.? Yeah. Senator Francis Jr.? Yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger? No. Senator Francis Heiliger? Nay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick? Yay. Senator Frederick? Yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins? Yes. Senator Gittins? Yay. Senator Maurice C. James? Yes. Senator James? Yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson? Yes. Senator Johnson? Yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Senator Joseph? Absent. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.? Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yay. Mr. President, 12 yeas, 2 nays, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The motion carries. And before we proceed with the agenda, it is really my honor and pleasure and privilege to introduce you to today's legislative page from an incredible institution, the Ivana Eudora Ken High School, my alma mater, and the alma mater of several of my colleagues here in his body. Miss Sharona Stephen, she is a rising senior, and as far as school activities, she is in the media committee, as well as she does peer tutoring. Her favorite subject, all sciences. That's what we do with at Eudora Ken. Her hobbies include art, reading, volleyball, and watching shows. Extracurricular activities, FBLA, that's Future Business Leaders of America, and NHC, National Honor Society. Right? NHS, sorry. Career goal, to be a licensed MD. She hasn't decided whether it's neurology, cardiology. It's going to be one of the allergies, though. And so, Ms. Sharona Stevens, we welcome you here today. Thank you for being here. We're going to compensate you for the work that you do, and we're also going to give you a fantastic lunch. And we might invite you back again for the next school year. Thank you very much. I believe also joining us today, we have in the chambers Mr. Diego Ken from the Office of the Governor Legal Counsel Division. Welcome, Mr. Ken. All right. Now we will proceed. Senator, we will be waiving the committee reports. Do we have a motion? We don't. Okay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you may proceed with your 3 minutes.
What are we doing?
Senator Viale, please proceed with your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to waive the reading of the committee reports. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Viale, seconded by Senator Fonseca, Senator Blyden, Senator Kenneth Gittins, objected to
Withdraw your objection, Madam.
by Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, nay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., nay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viele. Senator Viele, absent. Mr. President, we have 9 yeas, 4 nays, 2 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The motion carries. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you may proceed with your 3 minutes.
Good day to my colleagues. Good day to the people of the territory. Good day to the staff. I rise in support of all the nominations listed here today. As it relates to the Honorable Jessica Gallivan, I have seen her work. I have paid attention to what she's done over the years, and I think she's doing an excellent job as a judge, so I will be more than happy to support her renomination. As it relates to Carolyn P. Hermon-Percell, Esquire, basically the rest of these nominees, I had an opportunity to really dive in and have conversations and listen to understand what they potentially could bring to the table as it relates to being members of these boards. And I think that the individuals that were selected are very diverse as well as informed individuals. And I think they will bring a very positive outcome being members of these boards. Mr. Winston M. Williams and Mr. Kirk Callwood Sr., I am in support of all 4 of them. We had an opportunity during the Committee of the Whole to really go through and listen to quite a few of these bills. And as it relates to 36-0082, that one was a basic one to assist with an easement to get to a property. If we as a government can assist those that are having concerns with getting to their land, and if they have landlocked situations, I support that 100%. We also had some zoning changes to assist with changing out from different residential zonings to assist with some build out, so I had no problem with that. As it came to Bill 36-0095, I support that piece of legislation wholeheartedly. This piece of legislation, for me, brought a lot of things to light as to how our government seems to function. And unfortunately, listening to what the young men came forward and presented to us, I was very impressed with the project they want to take on. But what I was concerned with was the message that they put out to the public of the many roadblocks that they're getting as local Virgin Islanders in order to help build housing here in this territory. For far too long as a people, it is my belief that we spend so much time elevating individuals that come from outside as opposed to paying attention and focusing on helping to build up the very people whose navel strings are buried here in this territory. So I'm asking all of my colleagues to not only support these pieces of legislation, but also we as a government and as the first branch of government has to really look how this government is being run, clean it up, so that we could have some kind of progress when it comes to moving forward this territory. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heiliger. Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. I rise to support just about every single one of these nominations. I really like to see when people come here to fill in these boards and these commissions and these particular positions that keeps this government running. What amazed me is when the governor goes to court to challenge the parole board to say that they don't have the full complement when he's the one supposed to be sending them down to this legislature to approve them. The reason why they don't have people like governor is because you haven't sent anyone down. For the 5 years that I've been in this legislature, 5 years, one person came to be nominated to the board for parole. One. That individual was approved. They stayed on for a year, they resigned. But yet the governor goes to court and says, the parole board is operating illegally. They don't have its full complement. They don't have it because you ain't send them down. And until you send them down, you're going to be violating people's rights. Here we have a judge here today, someone we put him back in the court, and based on sentencing guidelines, the parole board have to meet 2 to 3 times a year. And if this doesn't happen, folks are now going to not even be able to go to parole. Very sad day. Very sad day for me yesterday. All of these zoning, I definitely support them all wholeheartedly because, again, this makes movements in our territory. When we rezone, when we give easement, when we give opportunities, it's only for building. But I definitely want to talk about Bill number 360095. We keep talking about young people come home. We want her to come and be a part of this. And last week I saw 3 young men. That makes me be proud to be a Virgin Islander.
1 minute.
When they came in here and they start to talk, when you hear the expertise that they have, the knowledge that they have gained, and they say they want to come back home to take care of home. But yet we got a stumbling block whereby the CBDG grant that they applied for so long have them installed, holding them up. But yet we say, come home, we want her to do good things. We want her to be a part of building this community. But then when they come, what happens to them? They get put to the sideline. We cannot continue telling them that, asking them to come, and then holding them stalemate.
30
I know
seconds.
this body is going to support these young men. And I sure hope the governor and his team do what's need to be done to make sure that this project come through and have these young men stay in the territory and help build it. I stand proudly to support AC Develop LLC, and whichever way we can help you guys, I definitely want to be a part of making sure that you stay home and build the Virgin Islands. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Franklin Johnson. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. 3 minutes ain't enough. That's why I'm going to object to speak of this, because the entire public know why we're here today. We're here today to fix a situation. But that doesn't neglect the fact that we have 4 persons who are very comparable for the position they're vying for. The Honorable Jessica Gallivan, Judge of Superior Court, I vote yes. Mr. Winston M. A.W. Williams, Reverend Board of Contractors, Trade and Crafts, I vote yes. Mr. Kirk Callwood, Senior Banking Board, Vernon Board of Trustees, I vote yes. And I save Ms. Percell, Carolyn P. Hermon-Percell, Esquire, for last. My sincere condolences. The Virgin Islands Board of Trustees, I vote yes. Like I say, we're waiting here patiently to get to the end of this day to address. But in Bill number 36-0095, I think it is, that yes, that development in St. Joseph and Rosendale. Like my colleague mentioned, 4 local Virgin Islanders, who I know from, another one from a little boy, came here and gave a great presentation. And to think that the word has gone out among the elected leaders and among the great people of this territory for our Virgin Islanders to come back home. And then we see where our leaders are fighting over a salary increase that wasn't authorized. You see, so I think when we put out messages to our youth, we always talk about, providing for our youth and providing for our youth. Then let's not fight over frivolous issues, because they always say when elephants fight, the grass get mashed. So to avoid these situations, they go through this process, get it done, and again, I'll appeal to the governor to say, hey, put an end to this situation here, sign the bill, let's move forward, get this thing done when that time comes. Because we're thinking about the people of the Virgin Islands also when we decide to raise the minimum wage. And I know it's black too, but those are things that need to be spoken about. The people of the territory, the messages we send in, looking out for our seniors, giving the young generation a chance, putting honorable people in positions to provide and take care of this territory moving forward. Hey, we here, we're going to do our job, but I'm saying let's send a powerful message today as a first branch of government that we've been putting out for the longest. And like I say, this is my 9th year here in the Senate. doing this, but in my 43rd year working for the government, and I understand how the government works, I understand the dynamics, and yes, sometimes we're going to rub each other's egos.
Time.
Let's step away from that and do what we're supposed to do. Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Senator Angel Volquez Jr., at-large senator, please proceed with your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. I'll do my best to touch on each and every one of these based on the parameters of time. I do rise in support for all of the nominees, starting with Mr. Kirk Callwood Sr., who has experience both in the public finance and private banking areas, and also a former commissioner of finance. I believe he'll be a great addition to that board. In addition, I rise in support for Winston M. Williams Jr. To the Board of Contractors, Trades and Crafts. Mr. Williams is a seasoned construction executive with 3 decades of experience in managing complex construction projects in the U.S. mainland and in the Virgin Islands, and I believe he's exceptionally qualified and will be a great fit for that board. As for Judge Jessica Gallivan, of course, to the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, with many, many years of judicial experience in both the magistrate and family divisions, Judge Gallivan has demonstrated her commitment to justice, procedural fairness, and community service, and her extensive background in labor law, civil, and criminal proceedings and family matters underscore her qualifications. As for Ms. Carolyn P. Hermon-Percell, to the University of the Virgin Islands Board of Trustees, Ms. Hermon-Percell brings an invaluable insight to this role as a UVI alumni, a former magistrate judge, and the current commissioner at the Casino Control Commission. She exemplifies dedication and public service and education. As for the zonings, I do rise in support of all the zonings as well, colleagues, starting with a combination of 36-0033 and 34. Both of them promote responsible economic growth and smart land use in the Smith Bay area of St. Thomas. I believe that they will sort of bring a boost in the economy on the eastern portion of St. Thomas, and these are great zonings that will benefit the people in that area. As for Bill number 36-0082, I believe that this is a great solution to a landlocked property in Estate LaGrange on St. Croix, collaborating in a public-private partnership. So I believe that the tenants of that area or potential tenants will be able to benefit from this easement. As for 36-0094, which will address the growing need for housing on St. Thomas and allow for multifamily units in the St. Thomas area, that is also a great
30 seconds.
Zoning. As for Bill number 36-0095, it is a very meticulously planned development from a R2 parcel in Estate Joseph and Rosendahl. And this development allows what I consider to be a very well thought out and very well designed development that can meet the housing needs that we really need in St. Thomas. I know that the Virgin Islands does need more housing across the territory, but this is a very, very well put together project, and I commend the young men and the company and everyone who's involved with that project. I believe that the developers have continuously tried to work with the adjacent property owners, and Mr. President, if I quickly may, thank you so much, Mr. President. They've worked with the adjacent property owners to come to an amicable resolution, and while it's still encouraging that we continue to support them. I know some roadblocks are in place with CDBG mid-funding, but I believe, colleagues, that as we have discussed, we're going to lobby our efforts to try to see what we can do to help benefit projects such as these across the territory. Mr. Chair, thank you for the time. I don't want to belabor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Volquez. Senator Hubert Frederick, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, the Virgin Islanders. Good morning, folks in the gallery. Mr. Chair, I stand in support of the nominations and the respective zoning bills that's before us today. In particularly, I would like to strongly support the Honorable Jessica Gallivan, someone who I've known for quite some time. Ms. Gallivan was a lawyer in St. Croix for some time. She's been a magistrate judge and now a judge, and I think she's done remarkable work, and we should continue supporting Virgin Islanders who put forth that effort. I also vote to support Carolyn Hermon-Percell, Esquire, on the Board of Trustees, and likewise, I support Mr. Williams, Winston Williams, for the Board of Contractor and Trade. I don't know him personally, but what I've read and testimony I've seen seemed like a very impressive individual as well. Mr. Callwood, Kirk Callwood, Sr., another impressive young man that I've kept up with too over the years. I think he'll be a wonderful selection on the banking board of the Virgin Islands trustee, so I support wholeheartedly those nominees. Additionally, in terms of the zoning considerations, anything that would support economic growth, like Bill number 36-0033 and Bill number 36-0034, I am wholeheartedly supporting. The territory is in need of more economic development, and if it's rezoning we need to improve that chances, then I fully support those.
1 minute.
In respect to one bill that everyone is talking about, but Bill number 36-0095, I throw my strong support behind this bill because I think adding 80 units of affordable housing to the District of St. Thomas would be extremely helpful to the residents. It's a great opportunity to grow our shortfall of housing units. Also, this exemplify what we talk about, having young Virgin Islanders come back home and help us work out some of the problems we're faced with.
30
So
seconds.
I continually hope that more people will come home and help us in areas like this. If you could bring your expertise, your skill set to help us meet some of the challenges we have, please do so. It's a good thing, and it's good for the community, and it's good for you too. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Senator Novell Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and good morning to everyone. Certainly good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. I want to say that I love days like this at the legislature because, again, it makes us be a deliberative body, as we should be, and I look forward to our day's discussion here today. I stand in support of the nominations before us, and of course, the Honorable Jessica Gallivan. I strongly support her being renominated to judgeship. 1 second, Senator. I'm referring to that. I'm getting jealous, of course. I work hard to make sure she was renominated, and I want to make sure that she's listening to every word I say because I have had the opportunity to second seat this lady in court many times where we have done battle. And certainly I'm very proud to see where she's at and the fact that she was renominated. She's a force to be reckoned with. Again, she represents us well, and I'm hoping that she could be a model for what we're seeing at the court. When we look at her caseload, and her completion of her caseload is commendable. And again, we know that the backlash that we're experiencing in our court, and we're hoping that she could be a model moving forward. So thank you. Again, I look forward to your work. Certainly, yeah, you can speak to her now. Certainly, Ms. Attorney Hermon-Percell, again, I believe that she definitely possessed the integrity and professional expertise to serve on the board that she has been named to, and we look forward to her work as well as the other individual, Mr. Winston Williams, as well as Kirk Callwood. Again, you know, we have a very few public servants that continue to serve this community in various capacity, and we commend them for all the work that they do. I simply ask that when you serve on this board, is just go there and make a difference. Don't fall into the rut of the board, but go there, shake up the battle, make a difference, and fight hard to make sure that your position is stated.
1 minute.
Certainly, in terms of the consideration of the zoning, I stand in support of those. And I'm very proud of Bill number 33-0095 and those young men. The Sahara dust is killing me. These young men that continue to represent us well, not just here in the Virgin Islands, but also in the States as well. And we have a problem. We have a problem where our Housing Finance Authority is not really taking the time out to ensure that we're developing housing stock in our
30
community.
seconds.
I want to task the chair and the czar of our housing committee that we need to continue to put our advocacy on the record to make sure that HFA is doing what they need to do. But I certainly stand in support of 340 North. And one of my colleagues have said, while you're doing 340 North, certainly look at 340 South as well, so that we could develop some properties on St. Croix as well. So good luck. We stand in support of you guys, and we look forward to the work that you're doing there. Mr. President, thank you for the time and the opportunity, and I look forward to today's discussion.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. Senator Clifford Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good morning to the listening audience, viewing and listening audience. Good morning to my colleagues. Thank you again, Mr. President. I too stand in support, Mr. President. I rise here to support all, if not all of the nominees in this block. I would like to thank the governor for sending down qualified nominees for these various boards. And I want to encourage the governor to send down names for the parole board. Because I personally believe that the board doesn't have a loom flying over it. And part of the loom is the Fountain Valleys. They were all sent away together as a block, and then we released one under Farrelly, and the rest remain. And until we rise up and allow the parole board to work the way it's supposed to work, and allow them at least a consideration for freedom, because maybe some of the negative would allow to bloom and some of our young men here today to see that a life in criminal activities pays no one a well-being. So if you get a chance to see the living of a man that served over 50 years to come home, maybe we might change some of the minds of the young men that are creating some of the havoc right now in our territory. Again, I'm here in support of the Honorable Judge Gallivan. I had my battles with her as well as a president of a union, but I gonna forget about all of that and just look at the tremendous job that she's doing in the court, because her caseload is negative. She actually looking for work. So the rest of the judge them, I need to look to the left a little bit. Gallivan is sitting over on the left, doing the right thing. So I'm in support of you, Judge. Carolyn P. Hermon-Percell, Esquire, I'm also in support of. 1 minute. A former judge qualified to sit on the board. I think she can bring a different perspective to UVI. Mr. Winston M.W. Mr. Winston M.A.W. Williams, I'm in support as well. I was here on the Rules Committee when he came, and I think he's a good fit. Mr. Kirk Callwood, I'm in support of him as well. My consideration as well to
30 seconds.
The zoning, I'm in support of all the zoning that we have here right now. Mr. President, I rise in support of these young boys and men, the 340 North, because we ask for our young people to go away, men and women, to get education, gain experience, to come home. But not just to come home. We need help. And if help is through 340 right now to help our housing crisis here in the Virgin Islands, then send it. Wherever obstacles are there in their way, I will be here to support the 340 North for sure. So thank you guys for giving the consideration of even coming back home, because that's like a fight. We have folks in the mainland as well, Mr. President, that suffering themselves, and they shame to come home. So now we got people that are doing well and want to come home. So we have to help them stay strong. Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator Maurice James, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to everyone inside and outside the room. I rise in support of the nominations. I recently interacted with attorney Carolyn Hermon-Percell regarding a bill that I have, because she is a Casino Commission member, and it relates to the Casino Commission, and I enjoyed that interaction with her. I also knew Mr. Kirk Callwood during my brief time in the executive branch, and I really liked working with him. And of course, I support Mr. Winston M. A. Williams. Of course, I left the Honorable Jessica Gallivan for last. And during the Rules Committee meeting, I said that intelligence runs in the Espinosa family, and I neglected to call your daughter, Carrie Currens, who is a student. She's going into her third year at the Ohio State University Morris School of Law. So I know Carrie is also very proud of you, and I'm proud of Carrie. So I want to say that publicly. The Espinosa family has done well and has been good for our community. And of that, I'm proud of. To the young man in the room who is also a lawyer, I want to say to you that good lawyers are logical and problem solvers. We present our argument, we show the evidence, we use legal reasoning to support our position and move on. But our jobs are not made better by needless acrimony.
1 minute.
And that's why sometimes you see lawyers, after a court case, they have the ability to actually speak to one another after they depart from court. A legislature is a deliberative body. It involves discussing, debating, considering different perspectives, weighing arguments, and ultimately voting on proposed legislation.
30 seconds.
A few weeks ago, I came out against a bill by Senator Marvin Blyden because I didn't like the language. And I want to say that I consider Senator Blyden a true statesman because he accepted the fact that I criticized his legislation. He didn't have his supporters, and even members of his staff disparaged me because I opposed his legislation. And that's the way it should be. And I've told my staff to not disparage anyone that I work with in this legislature simply because I oppose their legislation or they oppose mine. Because that's the way we are going to make this community better. We should be able to deliberate, discuss, and move on. Because not everybody is going to agree with me. Not everybody is going to agree with any one of us.
Time.
100% of the people won't. So I want to make that clear on this floor today. Especially when, and I'll move on that, because just like Jessica, I am a force too. Understand that. So I support the rezonings, all of them, because they're going to benefit our community. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Maurice James. Healthy deliberation is good. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Yes, President, good morning, and thank you so kindly, Mr. President. Welcome to the listening and viewing audience. Mr. President, I rise to support all of these measures. I want to talk quickly about Judge Gallivan. You know, I know Judge Gallivan before she was a judge, when she used to work in the bank. Way back, always been a lady of integrity, awesome judge, perfect. I want to go quickly to Carolyn Hermon-Percell, offer my condolences to her on the unfortunate passing of her husband, Attorney Percell. Mr. Winston Williams and Mr. Callwood. I want to get back to Callwood. Real quickly, Bill 3600, 33 and 34. This is some rezoning in the Smith Bay area. You know, there's a lot of development going on in the Smith Bay area, and it's good for us. I want to make sure that they protect that water that drains down to that little lagoon there. That's a bird sanctuary. Bird watchers still go there to watch birds. So I want to get back to Mr. Callwood, the banking board. Because you see what's happening in our community, they have this thing called redlining and gentrification. and the real estate appraisal. These are issues that are very important in the banking industry here in the Virgin Islands because, redlining prevented minorities from attaining wealth so that they can pass on to their families. So I'm asking you, Mr. Callwood, to look at those loans, the land loans, the construction loans, the mortgage loans, and the mortgage refinance, and also the business loans. Because, right now, to buy a car, right, you can go get a car. All you really need is a pulse. You don't need no credit, bad credit, little credit. They'll give you a car. But you try to go get a land loan, which is a perfect asset, it's a problem. And gentrification is part of the issue that's happening in our community right now. The prices of homes are so high, and it's getting higher and higher. And I'm sure the chairman of the Housing Committee, who sits right next to me, is pushing this agenda. We need for more Virgin Islanders to be able to build, buy, or construct a home. We need the banks to address the issues of less construction loans. This is what the Virgin Islands community need, and also the real estate appraisals. Two houses could be next to each other, one appraised at $5, the other appraised at $10. The one at $10 has double the wealth of the one at $5. We need to address these appraisals. And so banks, board, and I know, Mr. Callwood, you come with the experience. You've been there before. You've been the finance commissioner, so you've been there. Our people need help with getting loans and being able to build and own a home. Well, sir, Popa. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Good morning to my colleagues and the people of Virgin Islands viewing and listening. I write in support of all of the nominees and so only request in this block. I want to speak to Attorney Gallivan in terms of her work and dedication to the people of the Virgin Islands. She has amassed a solid record of well-considered and well-written opinions, and she has demonstrated a commitment to the interpretation of the law. And she's here in the chamber, so thanks for being with us, and I applaud you for your public service. I also write in support of all of the other nominees. I want to go to the bills, though, because I am pleased to rise in support of all of the bills in this block, as they are concerned with two of my greatest passion: building more homes for Virgin Islanders and creating opportunities for local small business activity and development. I would like to particularly speak about Bill number 36.0095, which would allow a planned area development that will result in the construction of homes for 80 Virgin Island families. Moreover, this development is being undertaken by a son of the soil, and it utilizes the latest and most advanced construction materials and techniques, thus helping to point the way toward the construction of more affordable housing in the territory. I have worked tirelessly to promote the cause of residential development and applaud these young Virgin Islanders for their vision and passion in pursuing this vitally important project. But I want to speak a little further, though, because I went to a meeting last night that the HFA had at Port Authority in respect to the mitigation fund that we've been speaking to, the CDBG mitigation funds, and only 2 individuals were there. 2. That's a problem. They're coming to St. Croix next week. Please, colleagues, make sure that your folks come out and be informed and educated, because I found out last night that one of the issues are that these fundings are last resort, not first resort. They need to make it clear to individuals so people can know what to do. Because I know, I know if these individual young men go to the banks here in the Virgin Islands, they're going to be denied. So if they are denied by these banks, then they will be approved by the CDBG mid funds.
30
so
seconds.
We need to share and the information, know what we're dealing with, and see how we can assist our people. That's my issue and that's my problem. So I'm telling you guys in St. Croix, my colleagues, when they have the meeting next week, please be there, ask questions, and have your people come out and gain information and knowledge so we can use these funds, because these funds are there for them and for our people. So I beg of you, I'll make sure you get that information. But again, I want to say I support all of the bills in this block, and thank you so much, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Marvin Blyden. Senator Kurt Violet, Majority Leader, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, and good afternoon to, it's afternoon? Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, St. Croix. I rise in support of all of the nominations, and I'm glad to see that we have somebody that's going to be named to the Board of Contractors, Trade and Craft, because we've been having issues with having members on that particular board. I'm going to also support Ms. Carolyn Hermon-Percell and also Mr. Kirk Callwood. But I left Judge Gallivan for last because I know her well. Went to the College of the Virgin Islands with her. And she's an intelligent young woman, and she takes her job very, very serious. I think that the court, is in a better place because of Judge Gallivan. And I definitely will support her. And when you go back on the bench, I want you to just speed up the cases that are being, that need to be heard in some fashion, because we have such an outstanding backlog of cases. And we really got to come up with a way as to how we're going to be more efficient in terms of dealing with that particular backlog. In reference to the zonings, I'm going to support them, all of them. And before the zonings came, I heard that we had one that was controversial. But after the hearing, I didn't hear anything controversial at all. I heard just positive for the Virgin Islands and a really good project in terms of being able to bring home ownership to St. Thomas. What we need to work on, colleagues, instead of the bashing or whatever else, is we got to work as to how we're going to release some of those federal funds for housing. How are we going to get some of those MID funds or whatever federal bucket of funds that could be utilized for middle income homes? For individuals to be applying to the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority and then getting a letter back saying that you're denied without an explanation
1 minute.
is not moving the Virgin Islands forward in terms of home ownership. So I know there are going to be a bunch of other issues on the table today that people are taking a lot more interest in. But the home ownership, and those are the areas that we really need to concentrate on. Those are the areas. And I'm already seeing some of the back and forth, social media and everything else. But we need to look at the issues that are affecting Virgin Islanders every day. Home ownership, health care, education. Those are the areas affecting us. I also want to applaud my staff for being very assertive with everything. And they're assertive in terms of making sure that they support the person who they work for. And I appreciate that. And my office is going to continue in that vein to make sure that we get the message out as to exactly what takes place on this floor on a regular basis and the important issues facing the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Violet. Senator Avery Johnson, Mr. Secretary. Avery Lewis, Avery Johnson.
Sir.
Senator Avery Lewis, I apologize. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. You just carry up my friend over the stats. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Central staff. Good morning to all the people who made today possible. Good morning to... Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all the people who made today possible. Good afternoon to my wonderful staff. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. And good afternoon to the beautiful people of the Virgin Islands. Today I rise with pride and full support for all distinguished nominees before us. It is a moment to celebrate service, leadership, and commitment to our territory. I enthusiastically support the Honorable Jessica Gallivan and her renomination as judge for the Superior Court. I extend the same full support to Ms. Carolyn Hermon-Percell for her service on the University Board of Trustees. Mr. Winston Williams, who I knew very well in the trade, for the Virgin Island Board of Contractors, Trades, and Crafts. And Mr. Kirk Callwood, Senior, for his role on the Virgin Island Banking Board. Each of these individuals brings experience, integrity, and dedication to their respective roles, and we are better as a territory because of their willingness to serve. At this time, I want to make a heartfelt plea to this administration, because we need to let us do more to publicize the vacancies on our boards and commissions. The Virgin Islands is filled with talented, passionate individuals who want to contribute, but too often they are unaware of the opportunities to serve. Even before I got in this position, there was this misnomer that when you go down to the Senate, it's an unfriendly place. But I want to send a message out there. It's a friendly place, but we just have to ask the tough, pertinent questions. Nothing wrong with asking the required questions to make sure you are qualified. And to our community, I urge you to step forward. These words are vital to our progress, and your voice, your expertise, and your passion is needed. Let us be part of the solution and not the problem. Today, I proudly support all the nominees. Together, let's continue to build in a stronger, more vibrant Virgin Islands. Oftentimes, I wonder, I said, when, it's Senator Valley and a couple other senators, I said, when are we going to ever have another rise of homes in the territory like Anna's Retreat, Tutu Valley,
Time.
Estate Ross. Mr. Chair, if I may just wrap up, please.
Yes, you may.
And these three young men came through the door. I do understand the family opposition and the things they bring forward. It's sentimental value to the families. And I also understand the idea and the concept of the other three young men. I urge our regulatory agencies and our compliance agencies to do their due diligence to preserve and make sure that everything goes right in those respective neighborhoods. And as it pertains to these lease and rezonings, I support all of them at this time. Mr. President, thank you for the time and the flexibility.
Thank you very much, Senator Avery Lewis. Vice President Kenneth Gittins, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon to all. Seems like I still got to remember that I speak after Mr. Lewis. Johnson, sir? Oh, that's your cousin? Okay. So, Mr. President and colleagues, I rise in support of most, if not all, of the nominees in this block. Having participated in the vetting process in the Rules and Judiciary Committee, I find these individuals qualified and suitable for their jobs. All four. The Honorable Jessica Gallivan, the Honorable Carolyn P. Hermon-Percell, Mr. Winston Williams, and Mr. Kirk Callwood. All comes highly qualified. And I too have had the opportunity to work with the Honorable Jessica Gallivan prior to her becoming the chief negotiator, then the chief negotiator, and then onto the bench while I was still at the Virgin Islands Police Department. But as we go over to the consideration of the zonings, continue to say, colleagues, zonings shouldn't have no business here in the legislature, but we still have to do what we have to do. And as it pertains to 36-0095, the one for, in Joseph and Rosendal, especially in a small society, we're going to always have for and an against. And while progress is often brings change, I realize that we here as a people, we want progress, but we don't want change. but with progress comes change. I always remind people of that. We must stand firm in our commitment to growth and opportunity here in the community. I really tip my hat off to those young Virgin Islanders who sat
30
here
seconds.
before us and defended their position. I understood the position of the family as well, but like I asked them if they could sit again and come to some common ground, and they said that they would. And I hope that they would, because, you know, thoughtful development and responsible zoning decisions are essential to merely building a stronger, more vibrant community here in our society. So I look forward to seeing them working together and building some new homes here in St. Thomas. Now, like I told them, though, 340 North, maybe you could form a 340 South. We got some land over on the Big Island that they can come also and try to do something on that end. So I'm looking forward to supporting most, if not all, of the measures in this block. Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Colleagues, I too rise in support of all of the items in this block. As a member of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, I had the opportunity to thoroughly vet all of the nominees for various boards and commissions and the bench, just beginning with the Honorable Jessica Gallivan. I'm familiar with Judge Gallivan in that we worked together at the Office of Collective Bargaining many, many moons ago in my youth. Judge Gallivan is a top-flight attorney and judge. She is relentless. I know Attorney James said that she was a force, and she is. But I think one thing that is good about her is that her heart is always in the right place, and she listens to both sides before rendering a decision. And that is what you expect in a judge. So, Attorney Gallivan, thank you very much for agreeing to this nomination, this renomination, and I am very confident that the renomination will be unanimous. Attorney Carolyn P. Hermon-Percell to the University of the Virgin Islands Board of Trustees. She is a thoughtful person. She's a hard worker. She also will be bringing her legal minds and her legal expertise and experience to a very important board, the University of the Virgin Islands Board of Trustees. Mr. Winston M. Williams, a nominee to the Virgin Islands Board of Contractors, Trades and Crafts. He is also a Virgin Islander who has agreed to come home to bring his experience and professional acumen in the field of building and construction back to the territory. Mr. Kirk Callwood, we all know him as an experienced banker both here and on the mainland. He will be a welcome addition to a very important banking board. With respect to the zonings,
30 seconds.
I think what was good to me was that the subject matter experts at the Department of Planning and Natural Resources were all supportive of each and every one of the zonings. Most of them represent building development and expansion opportunities while being respectful to our bread and butter, which is our environment. The bill that we were all talking about today, specifically Bill number 36.0095, the St. Joseph and Rosendahl development, we were all very proud when we saw 4 young Virgin Islanders who made their mark abroad, gained their knowledge and experience, and decided to fearlessly return home to pursue potential business development here in the territory, focusing on developing affordable housing in the territory. What I really respected was the fact that they were receptive and responsive to the family, who just about every concern that they put out there, they were willing to find a way to accommodate. So I think that working together, we can have a model of what development can be and should be in the territory. And maybe, Senator, maybe they'll have a south, so you said? A south side version of this initiative on the Big Island of St. Croix. So colleagues, we've exhausted our round of questioning, our testimonies, and we will proceed now with our votes. Madam Clerk, can you please call up the first item in this block?
Honorable Jessica Gallivan, Governor's Renomination, Judge, Superior Court of the Virgin Islands.
Can you please proceed with the vote? With a roll call, sorry.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Yes. Senator Blyden? Yeah. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr.? Yeah. Senator Bolkes Jr., yeah. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? Yes. Senator DeGraff, yeah. Senator Ray Fonseca? Yeah. Senator Fonseca, yeah. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr.? Yeah. Senator Francis Jr., yeah. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger? Yeah. Senator Francis Heiliger, yeah. Senator Hubert L. Frederick? Yes. Senator Frederick, yeah. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins? Yes. Senator Gittins, yeah. Senator Maurice C. James? Yes. Senator James, yeah. Senator Franklin D. Johnson? Yes. Senator Johnson, yeah. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Absent. Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.? Yes. Senator Joseph Sr., yeah. Senator Avery L. Lewis? Yes. Senator Lewis, yeah. Senator Milton E. Potter?
Yes.
Senator Potter, yeah. Senator Court A. Viola? Yes. Senator Viola, yeah. Mr. President, we have 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Huh? Oh, we finished? Sorry for the distraction. Okay, colleagues, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, the Governor's nomination of the Honorable Jessica Gallivan to serve as Judge of the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands has been approved by this body and will be forwarded to the Governor for further consideration and action. Congratulations, Judge Gallivan. Madam Clerk, can you please call up the next nominee in the block?
Carolyn P. Hermon-Percell, Esquire, University of the Virgin Islands, Board of Trustees.
Can we please proceed with a roll call?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Yeah. Senator Blyden, yeah. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr.? Yeah. Senator Bolkes Jr., yeah. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? Yes. Senator DeGraff, yeah. Senator Ray Fonseca? Yeah. Senator Fonseca, yeah. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr.? Yeah. Senator Francis Jr., yeah. Senator Alma Francis Heidegger. Senator Francis Heidegger, yea. Senator Hubert L. Fredericks. Senator Frederick, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Morris C. James. Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla L. J. Joseph. I'm sorry. Senator Joseph absent. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yea. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Senator Kurt A. Viale.
Thank you.
Yes.
Senator Viale, yea. Mr. President, we have 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, the nomination of Carolyn P. Hermon-Percell, Esquire, to serve on the University of the Virgin Islands Board of Trustees has been approved by this body and will be forwarded to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, can you please call up the next nominee in Block 1 and then proceed with a roll call?
Mr. Winston M. A. Williams, Virgin Islands Board of Contractors, Trades and Crafts.
Thank you very much. Can we proceed with a roll call?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Borges Jr. Senator Borges Jr., yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Norvel E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heidegger. No, that's absent. She outside. Senator Francis Heidegger, yea. Senator Hubert L. Fredericks. Senator Frederick, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph absent. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yea. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Senator Court A. Viale. Senator Viale, yea. Mr. President, we have 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, the nomination of Mr. Winston Williams to serve on the Virgin Islands Board of Contractors, Trades, and Crafts has been approved by this body and will be forwarded to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, can you please call up the next nominee in Block 1? Please recognize the microphone.
Yeah. Mr. Kirk Callwood Sr., Banking Board, Virgin Islands Board of Trustees.
Thank you. Can you please proceed with a roll call?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Borges Jr. Senator Borges Jr., yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Norvel E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Hubert L. Fredericks. Senator Frederick, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James. Yes. Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Yes. Senator Joseph Sr., yea. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Yes. Senator Lewis, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Senator Cord A. Viale. Senator Viale, yea. Mr. President, we have 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, the nomination of Mr. Kirk Callwood, Sr., to serve on the Virgin Islands Banking Board has been approved by this body and will be forwarded to the Governor for further consideration and action. Thank you, colleagues. We're going to ask Attorney and Judge Jessica Gallivan if she can honor us with a presence in the well and maybe provide a minute statement and and greet the senator.
I got a mic for you. Go come. Say good kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah, I want recess?
You know, I was going to do this.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, Judge. We're gonna take a recess for 2 minutes. Colleagues, we're back on the record. We just completed our votes for the governor's nominations. Now we're going to move to the bills. Madam Clerk, can you please call up the first bill?
Bill number 36-0033, an act amending official zoning map number STZ-9 for the island of St. Thomas to rezone remainder parcel number 19-1-2, parcel number 19-1-2-7, eastern portion, and parcel number 19-1-2-7, western portion, Estate Smith Bay, numbers 1, 2, and 3, East End Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, from R-2 Agricultural Zone to B-3 Business Scattered.
Thank you very much. Can we please have a roll call?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes, yea. Senator Dwayne N. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yea. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Norvel E. Francis Jr.
Yeah. Yes.
Senator Norvel Francis, absent. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger? Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Yes. Senator Hubert L. Frederick? Yes. Senator Frederick, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins? Yes. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James? Yes. Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson? Yeah. Senator Johnson, yea.
I can tell that now.
Senator Carla J. Joseph? Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.? Yes. Senator Joseph Sr., yea. Senator Avery L. Lewis? Yes. Senator Lewis, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter?
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Senator Kurt A. Viale? Senator Viale? Senator Viale, absent. Mr. President, we have 11 yeas, 4 absent.
Madam Clerk, please record Senator Viale as yes. Please record Senator Norvel Francis as yes. Please record Senator Dwayne DeGraff as yes.
We have 14 yeas and 1 absent, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0033, an act amending official zoning map number STZ-9 for the island of St. Thomas to rezone remainder parcel number 19-1-2, parcel number 19-1-2-7, eastern portion, and parcel number 19-1-2-7, western portion, Estate Smith Bay, numbers 1, 2, and 3, East End Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, from A2 Agricultural Zone to B3 Business Scattered, has been approved by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, can you please call up the next bill?
Bill number 36-0034, an act to amend official zoning map number STZ-9 to allow for the rezoning of parcel number 19-1-2-4, Estate Smith Bay, numbers 1, 2, and 3, East End Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, from R-1 residential low density to B-3 business scattered, and to allow for a use variance from the B-3 business scattered zoning designation.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Can we please proceed with a roll call?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr.? Senator Bolkes Jr., yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca? Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr.? Senator Francis Jr., absent. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger? Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Hubert L. Frederick? Senator Frederick, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins? Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James? Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson? Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.? Senator Joseph Sr., yea. Senator Avery L. Lewis? Senator Lewis, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter?
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Senator Cord A. Viale?
Yes.
Senator Viale, yea. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 2 absent.
Please record Senator Dwayne DeGraff as yes.
Mr. President, we have 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0034, an act to amend official zoning map number STZ-9 to allow for the rezoning of parcel number 19-124 Estate Smith Bay, numbers 1, 2, and 3, East End Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, from R1, residential low density, to B3, business scattered, and to allow for use variance from the B3 business scattered zoning designation, has been favorably voted upon by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, can you please call up the next matter in this block?
Bill number 36-0082, an act granting a perpetual access easement by the government of the Virgin Islands for a portion of parcel number 75, Estate LaGrange, West End Quarter, St. Croix, for ingress and egress only.
Thank you very much. Can you proceed with the roll call?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr.? Senator Bolkes Jr., yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? Yes. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca? Yea. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr.? Yea. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger? Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Hubert L. Frederick? Yes. Senator Frederick, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins? Yeah, yeah. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James? Yes. Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson? Yes. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.? Yes. Senator Joseph Sr., yea. Senator Avery L. Lewis? Senator Lewis, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter?
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Senator Kurt A. Viale? Senator Viale, absent. Mr. President, we have 13 yeas, 2 absent.
Please record Senator Viale as yes.
Mr. President, we have 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, colleagues, Bill number 36-0082, an act granting a perpetual access easement by the government of the Virgin Islands for a portion of parcel number 75, Estate LaGrange, West End Quarter, St. Croix, for ingress and egress only, has been approved by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item in the block?
Bill number 36-0094, an act amending official zoning map number STZ-7 to rezone parcel number 2L, Estate Baccarat, number 5, Frenchman's Quarter, St. Thomas, from R-1, residential low density, to R-3, residential medium density.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please proceed with a roll call?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Borges Jr. Yea. Senator Borges, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Yes. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yea. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr. Yea. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heidegger. Yes. Senator Francis Heidegger, yea. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Yes. Senator Frederick, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Yes. Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph absent. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Yes. Senator Joseph Sr., yea. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Yes. Senator Lewis, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale? He inside? Okay. Yeah. Mr. President, we have 14 years, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0094, an act amending official zoning map number STZ-7 to rezone parcel number 2L, Estate Baccarat, number 5, Frenchman's Quarter, St. Thomas, from R1, residential low density, to R3, residential medium density, has been approved by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Thank you very much. And now we can ask Judge. No. We got one more? Madam Clerk, can you please read the final matter in this block?
Bill number 36-0095, an act amending official zoning map number STZ-6, St. Thomas, to establish a planned area development on the R-2 zoned parcel numbers 4I remainder and 4J remainder, Estate St. Joseph and Rosendahl, number 4, Great Northside Quarter.
Thank you very much. Can you proceed with the roll call?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Borges Jr. Senator Borges Jr., yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, not voting. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. Ville. Senator Ville, yay. Mr. President, we have 13 yeas, 1 absent, 1 not voting.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0095, an act amending official zoning map number STZ-6, St. Thomas, to establish a planned area development on the R2 zoned parcel number 4I remainder and 4J remainder, Estate St. Joseph and Rosendahl, number 4 Great Northside Quarter, has been approved by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Thank you very much. Now, colleagues, we're gonna ask Judge Gallivan to join us in the well to offer us some brief remarks and to shake hands with all of the senators. Judge Gallivan, the floor is yours. Okay, colleagues, Judge Gallivan has the floor. Please give her your undivided attention.
All right.
Good afternoon. Just about every day, my Aunt Mary Espinosa posts something on Facebook that I read and often think about. And the post today was so meaningful that I wrote it down on a slip of paper. It was a quote from Psalms 3:3. And it says, "You, O Lord, are a shield about me, my glory, and the one who lifts my head." And it was a reminder, at least to me, that God answers prayers, God serves as my protector, and it's God who lifts my head today. And so I'm grateful. And I say publicly, thank you. I also want to say thank you to all of you who have taken the time to consider my nomination, to deliberate on why and when I perform the duties that are so very meaningful to me. And I thank you for the kind words that you have given and for your vote of confidence. It's my hope that I continue to perform and I do not let you, and especially the people of the Virgin Islands, down. I thank you, of course, to my cousin Maurice. She's always been a step ahead of us in the family. She's the one that we've always looked to for inspiration. I always say she's the wisdom. She is the person that leads us. And so I acknowledge you, Maurice, today, and I thank you for your support. I, of course, thank the governor and the lieutenant governor for the trust and the confidence that they've continued to place in me. Had it not been for his nomination, I wouldn't be here. And so I thank him for recognizing the work that I do. I thank my colleagues. I thank the people in my chambers, particularly my law clerks, my secretary, the folks in the clerk's office. We can't function without them. And so I take this moment to say thank you. I couldn't perform. I couldn't be what I am, and I couldn't do what I do without them. But there is one person. Well, let me thank my mother first. I don't want to leave her out. But aside from my mother, there's one person in this whole world that means the most to me. she's my light and she's my inspiration. And she is the reason that I think I constantly try to do better. There is no important personal or financial decision that I make without thinking about my daughter. And so she's at work today, but hopefully at some point she will listen as she did the last time when she didn't hear her name, and recognize that she truly, truly continues to mean the most to me. Thank you. I know you have a very... Her name is Carrie Evita Currens. She's currently a rising third-year law student at the Ohio State University. She's a graduate of the Columbia University in the state of New York, and I'm very, very proud of her. She also worked in the Senate for a year and enjoyed the time that she had here and enjoyed particularly watching the senators in action. So yes, she's my light, and thank you for allowing me this moment to really recognize her and recognize everything that is really important to me.
Thank you very much, Judge Gallivan. I remember Carrie when she was a toddler, so that just tells you how old I am.
Well, if I could say, I want to also note, the few separation of degrees between all of us. There's so many in this body for whom I've either worked with or shared something with. The Office of Collective Bargaining, the Virgin Islands Police Department, the Fire Department. It doesn't go unnoticed to me how we've all grown and served this community together. And I hope that we can continue to do that. I really appreciate all of the relationships that I have been able to grow. University of the Virgin Islands is where I first came in contact with Senator Viale. His wife, St. Mary's School, right? Some of us, until today, well, today I was sitting there, I hadn't even remembered that I worked at the bank. And that's where I met Senator Fonseca. So, I remember Senator Johnson from the Bureau of Corrections, Of course I know Senator Frederick, right? But yes, so I encourage us to continue to be that community of professionals, that community of people who work together for the good of our community, our common good.
That's what's unique about the Virgin Islands. We are connected in some way, shape, or form. Okay, colleagues, session will stand in recess for 30 minutes. We really mean 30 minutes when we say 30 minutes. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. The session for June 4, 2025 is back on the record. We're in block 2, final block of our session. Madam Clerk, can you please read the bills in this final block?
Block 2, consideration of bills. Bill number 36-0005, an act amending Title 16, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 2, Section 99, establishing a mandatory minimum bail amount in domestic violence cases. Bill number 36-0021, an act amending Title 19, Virgin Islands Code, Part 3, Chapter 29, Subchapter 1, relating to opioids and requiring that a practitioner discuss certain information with a patient when prescribing opioids. Bill number 36-0036, an act repealing and reenacting Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, Chapter 43, Section 512, increasing penalties for traffic violations, establishing a Virgin Islands Police Department impound lot, and for other related purposes. Bill number 36-0053, an act amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Subchapter 5, Section 555B, to increase the minimum annual salary for full-time employees of the Government of the Virgin Islands, its semi-autonomous agencies, and independent instrumentalities from $27,040 to $32,000. Bill number 36-0085, an act to prevent or rescind any automatic implementation of salary adjustments made pursuant to the recommendations of the Virgin Islands Public Officials Compensation Commission, to reclaim unauthorized payments, and to establish enforcement and penalty provisions. Bill number 36-0063, an act amending Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 1, Chapter 3, Sections 41, 42A, and 43A and C, to clarify that gross receipt taxes must be paid by all contractors doing business in the Virgin Islands, regardless of physical location. This concludes the reading of block number 2, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to staff. I rise in support of several pieces of legislation in this block. As it relates to 36-0005, in regards to establishing mandatory minimum bail amount in regards to domestic violence cases, I support this 100%. We have to learn to protect those that are weakest among us, those that are reaching out for help, and if we have to set situations up to make sure that they get the necessary protection, as a body, it is our job to do so. As it relates to 36-0053, I am 100% in support of giving the people of this territory in regards to our government workers and raising their minimum from $27.40 onward. We, as leaders in this territory, have to pay attention to the very people that we represent. And it's a good thing when leaders recognize the importance of giving people a helping hand, trying to move them upwards when it comes to finances, and really assisting them where it's necessary. So I'm very proud of my colleagues for bringing this piece of legislation. As it relates to 36-0085, I want to take a moment to say thank you to the people of this territory. And I want to say to you, I am very, very proud of you. When it comes to this legislation and our attempt as a body to rescind these raises that were given, the people of this territory collectively came together over the last couple weeks, couple months, and I saw them rise up. And the amount of conversations that I had, the amount of conversations the people had. I saw young people that were never engaged in politics before start to participate because what they were saying, what is done is not right. And as the representatives of the people, we have to be their voice. And as a person that tried 5 times to get into this institution, God allowed me to be here today to stand up and say no to this type of behavior. So I would like to thank my colleagues that reached out as I brought this piece of legislation during the last session. It was sent to committee and we were able to discuss it. But I want to thank everyone that has signed on. I want to thank everyone that reached out and we worked on it together, because it gives me hope for us as a branch, as a body. The reason why it gives me hope is that as much as sometimes we might debate amongst each other, when it comes to the people, we know right and we know wrong. And I am very, very appreciative of everyone that is going to say no to these raises today.
1 minute.
So I want to thank all of you for your hard work and your continued due diligence when it comes to protecting the people of this territory. I know a lot of times many of us might question people's motives, but my only motive has always been protect the people of the Virgin Islands. Help them to have a better life. Set them on a pathway to progress. That is all I care about. I don't have any issues with minority, majority. None of that bothers me. Because I'm a firm believer that if I bring a piece of legislation that benefits of the people of this territory,
30 seconds.
I dare anybody to shut it down. Always put the people first, and that's all I care about. And I want to just add today that sometimes people think that when we make decisions in here, they're personal. But I would like to say to you, nothing that I have ever done in this institution, may I wrap up, Mr. President?
You may wrap up, Senator Francis Heiliger.
Nothing that I have ever done in this institution has been personally done for me, or it has been personally done against another individual. Every decision is always sound, it's based on economics, and based on looking forward to the future of these territories. So with my intent today, we would like to rescind, we would like to null and void these raises, because at this current time, not only can we not afford it, it is not the right thing to do. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heiliger. Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the viewing and listening audience. I stand in support of all of these measures in this block here. It's very simple. Sometimes you have to protect the victims from themselves. That's bill number 360005. Sometimes you just have to do that. Sometimes you see there's domestic violence. Lady take it that he was just angry, he was just drunk, and if you don't watch out, the same people that you got apart from fighting, looking to fight you. And when you leave and walk away, the next story comes, this lady has been killed. So we got to sometimes protect the victim from themselves. So with this minimum bail, it would at least give them that time away from each other to make sure that this domestic violence don't increase to something more. Bill number 360053. I am definitely pleased to see this measure coming forward to make sure that our government employees can get a little piece more at the pie to live a little bit more comfortable. Everything else have been raising under the sun, and it must come time that we give the people their due share. And let's get to the big one now. Bill number 360085. I've been on a talk show yesterday, and this was the topic. And I've been to that program many times, and I never received so much call. But none of the times that I've been there. They said, Senator, make sure I stop Mini Trump from running wild. Make sure I address this. And I was just shocked for some of the calls that came in to that show. And I do radio shows on a regular, but never received so many calls in regards to this pay raise that the governor mean that he gonna take. And it's not about the raise. It wasn't done right. There was a lot of flaws. The time was late, or 2 years after. But yet, he demanded this raise, and we spoke. The governor tell me I could say what I want to know. I get him my raise. And I know he gonna veto it. And I know we got the numbers to override it. And if we need to go further with it, let's go forward. The people have spoken very clear. It's unacceptable. There isn't no governor under the United States flag have the perks that the governor of the Virgin Islands have. Make no mistake about that. There's none. It's nearly like a monarchy. When me and you gotta go put gas in our vehicle, he don't. When me and you gotta go to the grocery store, he don't. When he decide he going Timbuktu, ain't none of us in here gonna ask him why and stop him. We need to be reasonable about these type of raises at this point in time for the highest office. The guy that making $27,000, what about him?
1 minute.
How does he survive? How does he live in this territory? We have to be reasonable about this. When I decide I was going to run for office, I know he was paying 85. And when the governor decided he was running for government house, he knew he was paying 152. So let's not make this the issue just about the raise. Let's make the issue about it's not being properly vetted, go through the proper documentation, and to turn around and say that now the gentleman who chaired that commission now
30 seconds.
is in your cabinet. Jeez, I'm bread where you. That's what the people them talk and say, slow down, Millie Trump. Don't let do what we want. Don't let Millie Trump do what he want. And if they're saying that, you got to understand what the people are saying. And the people are serious. They came out in droves, and you're going to continue hearing about these pay raises. People spoke about Bill 6905. That was done prior to an election, before. You cannot change your salary in the same term that you're in.
Time.
These are some of the laws we got to look at. As legislature, we can't fix our salary for us to get a raise in this storm. We cannot. And he's in his second part of his 4-year term and insists on getting a raise in this. It can't work. I plead in asking all my colleagues, make sure we support this, make sure we stay strong together to represent the people that we go out and ask for their support to represent them. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Franklin Johnson. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. 2 words, null and void, rescind. That's what we're going to do today. And a third word, petition. We got 10 days for the governor to sign off. If he don't sign off, again, we're going to send around this petition, and we're going to move forward to a special election, what we got to do, and make it happen. And I started off with that because in the 35th legislature, that's exactly what was done. Pass around a petition for us to address this. We would not have been here addressing this now. So, it's almost like we're wasting the people them time, man. The people them shouldn't have to be going through all of this. This like you saying fire in a crowded place. We shouldn't be doing this. But as a first branch of government, we're going to fix it now. The bill to go from 27,000 to 32, I know the first thing on my mouth was 35. And my colleague, finance chair, put it in, we sign out. We're going to make it happen. And you know why I say that? Because I've been talking about, from when I joined the government, June 18, 1979, I got my notebook with me. I was making big money. They were pink. I was telling people it's $2.35. I do apologize and correct. $2.90 an hour. At an annual salary of $6,032 a year. I was so happy to have a job. Like I said, never miss a day of work. So now, in the day and age we in, $27,000, and then we have a governor want to bump up. Come on, man. So I do have to appeal to the governor. We probably seem like we barking at the governor, but governor got to say, hey, people out there, they're suffering. We all doing our best. You doing yours, we doing ours. But I'm saying now, at some point you got to say, I'm going to leave this one go. Let it go. Let's keep moving on with the people's business so we could get things done in this territory. We got to be on the radio every day, getting beat down, bashing each other. For what? All of us the same color, all of us Virgin Islanders, and this is what we have come to? Fighting over money when you're making $150,000? Jesus Christ. I said it. I'm just saying the bottom line is, it got to stop. When we going to do this? When we grow up, you listen to your elders. I don't care who the person was. Anyone, your parent meet me along the street and say, hey, stand up here, don't move. I ain't gonna move. Since when we get so big and broad these days that we gotta be doing this. You know, so we ain't gonna make these things personal, but we're gonna do what we have to do. Okay? Bill number
1 minute.
36-0085 is that bill. I want to make sure we get a number out because the people patiently waiting for this day to come. 36-0085. And the bill to increase the minimum wage is 36-0053. Don't vote no. I vote yes for both of them. I vote yes for all of them.
30
so like I'm
seconds.
saying, let's do what the people expect us to do. The last thing I remember was for the people, by the people, of the people. That's why we're here. If we're here for any other reason, pack your bags and hit the highway. Because I'm saying, I've been here in the government from June 18, 1979. I think longer than a lot of people around. And my zest for fighting for the people will not end. The day my zest leave, that I feel I get too big for the people,
Time.
I go in through the door. So let's not get to that point in life. Let's address what we have to address. And I stand in support of all these bills, all the bills and almost all the amendments. Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. We got 4 minutes, so I'm going to start out with Bill number 36-0053. And I rise in support of this measure as it addresses a long-standing economic imbalance. Raising the minimum salary of our full-time government employees is a necessary step towards fairness, dignity, and financial stability for our public workforce. The very individuals who keep this government running every single day. But as we commit to economic justice, we must also protect the long-term health of this government. That's why I have sponsored, along with my colleagues, Amendment number 36-409, requiring a fiscal impact report and a reoccurring biannual review. This isn't just to create a barrier to progress. It's a data-driven safeguard for the people, for our institutions, and for future legislatures. Yes, similarly, wage increases have been passed before, but today's fiscal environment demands more discipline, more transparency, and data-driven decision-making. This approach does not slow the bill, it strengthens it, and it ensures that we are not just solving today's problem, but building a smarter, more sustainable future. If we're really serious about good governance, then this amendment isn't optional, it's essential. Now, Bill 36-0085. I'm here to defend the legislature's authority over public compensation and reestablish a transparent, lawful process for approving salary adjustments. But let me be candid. This bill will likely be challenged. The executive branch may test our interpretation versus theirs in the court. And while I stand firmly on the side of the law, we must also stand firmly on the side of the people. Governor Bryan, senators of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, I say to you, now is not the time to spend millions of dollars fighting a legal battle over raises. The territory is still navigating economic uncertainty, rising costs, federal fund cutbacks, and budgetary strains. Redirecting scarce public dollars to fight in court only deepens the burden on our residents and the quality of life. We are not here to punish. We are here to protect the rule of law, the public's trust, and the financial resources of the government of the Virgin Islands. I believe that this bill does not pick a fight. It actually draws a line in the sand. If we do not act now, the cost of inaction, financially and institutionally, will continue to be far greater. Let us resolve this not in a courtroom, but right here, right now, with the power of the legislature where legislation belongs. The argument is plain. No branch of government has the right to act without legal authority. And I'll move on to the rest of the bills. Bill number 36-0005 strengthens protections for domestic violence victims. We vetted this bill thoroughly throughout all of the committees.
30
and I'm
seconds.
looking forward to your support on that bill. As for bill number 36-0021, promoting responsible prescribing of opioids, I'm in support of that. And bill number 36-0036, modernizing our traffic enforcement systems and creating an impound lot to support public safety, and also reinvesting those efforts into youth programs for the community. And lastly, bill number 36-0063, because this one ensures fairness on our tax system and requiring all contractors, no matter where they're based, to pay their fair share in gross receipts taxes. It's a big step towards tax equity and economic accountability. Mr. President, I thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes. Senator Hubert L. Frederick, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pleasant good afternoon to my colleagues, the listening and viewing audience, and my awesome staff, the Office of Hubert Frederick and Central staff, some of the best employees. Mr. President, I rise to support Bill number 36-0005, a bill that mandates a minimum bail amount on domestic violence, which I feel it's important, required, and it's about time we got serious about domestic violence, which has plagued our community. I get very dismayed when I look at the news and there's always a picture of a potential abuser or an alleged abuser, to be exact, facing the domestic violence charges. So this is something that we need to deal with as a community. I think this puts us in the right step to start addressing this issue. Calm our heads, separate the parties, and let's see how we could resolve some of our domestic issues. As it relates to bill number 36-0021, relating to opioids, I will support my colleague in this endeavor to continue enforcing the importance of having good controls put in place to educate patients about their role with controlled substances so we could help reduce substance abuse in our community. I also move to support bill number 36-0036, which establishes a impound for the police department, which I think is also very important and needed at this time. Also, the penalties and fees that are currently being levied, they're a bit dated, exceptionally dated, and I think it's time that we start bringing fees up to date and hopefully lower some of the traffic violations we've got, because people are driving faster and faster and causing more accidents. Bill number 36-0063. I'm enthusiastic about supporting this bill because I think it's time we close all the loopholes as it relates to gross receipts. As a small business owner, I've got to pay mine. I think everyone should have to pay theirs as well. If you do business with the government of the Virgin Islands, you must pay gross receipts. Bill number 36-0053, establishing minimum compensation for government employees. I fought with this one.
1 minute.
But I've come to a good place. It's necessary because of the cost of living. We're going to have to dig deep to make sure we could fund it and deal with the associated problems that will come with it, but overall, it's a good thing to do for the people. It's going to give some of the hardest working people at least a fighting chance to stay ahead of this very expensive, lovely islands that we have. It's not cheap to live here, and if we could help, this is one way we could start, by making sure our great government employees are taken care of. So I know they'll be happy with this.
30 seconds.
And last but not least, Bill 36-0085. I think this is an opportunity for the legislature to retain its rightful heir to control of compensation for the governor and the lieutenant governor, and for ourselves. That power lies within us. And no compensation commission.
Time.
Mr. Chair, no compensation commission, thank you, should substitute our authority and our responsibility. We must live up to our true call, which is the first branch of government. And despite flawed legislation that we've had in the past, as this one, we could fix it, and we will. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Senator Francis, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and good afternoon to you, my colleagues, good afternoon, Central Staff, and good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. I rise in support of most, if not all, of the measures in this block. And of course, I'll start off with Bill number 36-0005, which is to establish a mandatory minimum bail for domestic violence cases. This body has been instrumental in moving meaningful legislation as we attempt to minimize the actions of domestic violence in our community. We continue to see domestic violence on the rise, and there is absolutely no excuse for abuse. And truly, we will continue to do whatever we have to do to put in place those measures that's necessary to, again, protect. And usually, we know that there's, females and young children that's involved in domestic violence, as well as there's a few men that's also been affected by domestic violence. So in all, we want to make sure that we continue to move those measures to protect them. So I want to commend the bill sponsor on that particular piece of legislation. Bill number 36-0053, which speaks to the minimum annual salary of full-time government employees. We're moving it from 27 to 32, and there is an amendment to move it a little bit further to 35,000. But these are the individuals that's doing the grunt work of government. Custodial workers, the cashiers, these food service workers. These are the ones that makes the engine of government ticks. However, they're the one that's really and truly underpaid. It's no happy faces when you get home at the end of 2 weeks and you carry home $100, $200, $300, despite all of the expenses that you have to be confronted with. So we're hoping that we could sweeten the pot a little bit. It's not going to be an easy task, but we'll work collectively in this body to move the needle on that particular issue and at least allow them to have a little bit of more disposable income. I must caution that every time we move these salaries, we have a tendency of small businesses, again, to increase their prices as well, which we see a net zero result by that. But we're asking our community to be mindful that, again, we're trying to meet our government employees and that there'll be a little bit more disposable income for them to spend. And we're also asking the employees not to spend all of the money at once. We know that they adjust their lifestyle to meet these pay increases, and then they find themselves again at challenges. So we want to work with everybody to make sure that happens. But again, at the appropriate time, we'll be offering an amendment to increase from 32 to 35,000, and I'm truly asking for my colleagues' support on that particular measure. In Bill number 36-0063, which speaks to closing a loophole and stopping and sealing a leak of government where individuals will be able to pay the gross receipt taxes and cover some of that bleeding money that we have seen. I want to commend the bill sponsor and this particular piece of legislation. You may call him the neophyte, the new kid on the block, but he came out swinging. He came out closing this loophole that has been plaguing us for quite some time, and I really want to commend him on that effort to be able to close that loophole and hopefully bring some additional monies to our coffers to help pay for some of the raises, right? And all these other things that's going on, so we look forward to that. And of course, Bill number 36-0085,
1 minute,
which speaks to the salary increase adjustments for public officials via the Compensation Commission. What started out as a good intention? What started out as good intention has been, unfortunately, fatally flawed and certainly presents some challenges for us moving forward. there should be a broader conversation and approach that allow for some parity as we talk about, salary increases in our community for our elected officials as well as our public officials. Relationships have been damaged as a result of this fallout. The public have spoken. We have to listen to the public. The public have spoken in this respect. However, there were a very good article written by Yellow Cedar Media, where we really have to have this discussion about how individuals should be compensated moving forward, public officials. We can't kick that can down the road. While action may be taken today, there needs to be a broader discussion about how do we address the issue of compensation for public officials and the broader spectrum. I tell you that Yellow Cedar report again brought to light, some of the nuances of this compensation pay issue, and I'm hoping that we're able to resolve it. At the end of the day, I intend to vote my conscience on these matters. So I want to thank you very much for the opportunity and time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. Senator Clifford A. Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. And I rise to support most, if not all, of these measures on this block. I want to begin with Bill number 360053. We're speaking about raising the floor for government employees in the territory from $27,000 to $32,000, which would really you'll be making $15.38 per hour. I understand there is an amendment to be that'll be brought forward to make it to $35,000, which is $16.83 per hour. I fully support the amendment when it comes to and the bill at the appropriate time. This measure will now be the starting point for unions. So from a union background myself, you guys know that you're gonna have to now face up and get back to the bargaining table. I also stand in support of bill number 360063, which again I have been working on this measure also with my colleague Senator Maurice James, Noble E. Francis, Mr. Avery Lewis, Senator Lewis. At the appropriate time, I will be offering my colleagues to have to sign on to amendment clarifying the language because, again, I want to make sure business people in the Virgin Islands, either you're visiting or you come to stay, that you pay your fair share. Today is all about fairness. So as we go down, we're going to keep speaking the word fair. Fair in the word in meaning of equality. I also going to take a moment to speak about the pay increase that has our community and our uproar. When you look at the numbers, if you're averaging $42,000 and you look at the $27,000 threshold that we're talking about right now, individuals that drive these same roads, as an elected official myself, we have to, you got to look at the perks that comes with some of these jobs. You don't pay for gas. If you drop in a pothole, you could drop the car off the mechanic shop. If a person making $27,000 have these same issues to deal with, they have to dig into the $27,000 or depend on us again with Vitran to get around. So the debate and the discussion will respectfully is healthy. What we have is what is good for this territory. It appears that the governor is not open to discussion or to compromise because of this body must act to protect our institution as well. We're the first branch of government, so we're supposed to be dictating salaries, and salaries are not supposed to be dictated to us.
1 minute.
And the next subject matter to that as well is, I just came into this institution and the budget that was passed before doesn't cover those raises. So although the Senate right now is speaking about raising the ceiling for the starting pay for government employees, we're going to make sure it goes through the budgeting process. So if you're listening, these increases are not going in place until after the new budgeting year. So that needs to be clear. When people hear about increase, everybody ready like tomorrow, but it ain't gonna happen tomorrow. So while we also have to, while we work on rescinding this particular, I'm supporting rescinding the salaries as well. But we also have to fix, we have to take some time out and fix the law, which needs to fix and to take back the power given to this branch of government, because the Constitution and the Resolve Organic Act asks for us to be first branch of government and stop being less than that. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Clifford A. Joseph. Senator Maurice C. James, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the bills in this block. I want to say that I'm going to start really with the Virgin Islands Public Officials Compensation Commission. That the first act, 7878, was a good act. There was a reason for it. And the reason for it still exists, as we know with what's happening now. I do want to point out that 6905 that started this whole thing, I think, really, we need to realize that 6905 was passed in December of 2006, and it increased the pay of that governor who was leaving office in January of 2007. It increased his salary retroactively. So we need to be careful about that. His salary was changed during the time that he was in office, in the last month that he was in office. We have made mistakes as people in the territory, and we just need to, with each legislature, correct the mistakes we've made. It's clear to me that, and as a lawyer, words have consequences. And when these words are written in statute, they don't just carry meaning, they carry the force of law. We need to remember that. So if we're not precise, if we're not intentional, we risk ceding our role as this legislature, not just legally, but institutionally. And the thing is, we have spent a lot of time. The community, the media, all of us have spent too much time arguing over interpretations, debating whether deadlines were met and when they were met, when the raise should or shouldn't take effect. The main reason that I am supporting this bill is because, to me, it is a step in reasserting our authority. It really is. Any increase must be explicitly authorized by an enactment, by an act of the legislature. Any increase, the legislature is the one that has to say, this is what the salary is for every single person. Every single person in government. We need to remember that, you know. We're the body. We are the purse. We hold the purse strings, like they say, right? So we just need to make sure that we preserve transparency and accountability.
1 minute.
And realize the power of the law. I want to say that I've had a really great working relationship with the freshman senator next to me, because one of the bills here is not only about spending money, but generating revenue. And I had the opportunity to work with him on making sure that we find a way to capture money, taxes that were being leaked, as the director yesterday for OMB said. So much money is being lost by contractors not paying their gross receipts taxes. So that's one way that I think we're going to, I feel very good to have worked with him on it.
30 seconds.
Because that's one way we're finding money to pay for all these raises that we're talking about, that our people who are making $27,000 a year, we need to raise our people out of poverty. They can no longer, poverty creates so many social ills in our society.
Time.
And we need, just to wrap that up, we just need to realize, thank you, Mr. President, we just need to realize that when we pay people so low, the effect it has on their children, their health, everything about them. So I didn't get a chance to get to the other ones, but they were straightforward, the minimum bail, opioids, the impound lot that I think also does go towards getting money in the coffers of the government. So I like that one too. Just wanted to say that. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Maurice C. James. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. President. I too rise in support of all of these bills in this block. I want to discuss 36-0053. We are going to raise the minimum wage eventually to $35,000. You know, like my colleague said, it's 32 here, but an amendment is going to come. Because, you know, we need to be able to afford a living wage. And I want to go back to the nurses. I attended the graduation at UVI. There was 25 nurses that graduated. And we aren't able to attain most of them because of the salary. Now, I know the nurses' contract is expiring come September. I've already spoken to the chief negotiator. We need to bring the nurses' salary up to at least the salary of a senator. In addition to that, right, we have to understand, right, that there's 500 persons get diagnosed with cancer every year, 500 Virgin Islanders. We are going to finish the Charlotte Kinelman Cancer Center in December. And we need to be able to get a radiation oncologist on board in this cancer center. That person uses radiation to treat cancer. We need to be able to fund an anatomic pathologist for the cancer center. They analyze your body's tissue to treat the cancer. We are building a cancer center. It has to be a state-of-the-art cancer center. I'm going to be coming to the legislature to fund those positions because as it is now, those are not in the budget. In addition to that, I have bill number 36-0025 for the bracelets for the stroke victims. I've already discussed that with the finance chair. Stroke victims have less than 2 minutes to be able to press that button. Even if they're sleeping next to somebody, if they can't press that button, they become a casualty. That's less than $150,000. It's on the agenda. In addition to that, the VIDCOR, the Virgin Islands Diabetes Center for Excellence. We have bill number 36-0093 that's coming before the Committee of Finance, where the ask is $1.5 million. Maybe we can do $500,000, but we cannot afford for the Virgin Islands Center for Diabetes Excellence to close. Right now, they open in St. Croix. They just built a new office, and they are on the 5th floor of the Royal Leicester Snyder Hospital. There is over 12,000 persons in our community, 12,000 that have full-blown diabetes or pre-diabetes. We have to fund that diabetes center for excellence because remember, diabetes leads to amputations. It leads to kidney dialysis. And I have to thank the 35th legislature for approving over $4 million last year to add additional dialysis chairs, because when I first became a senator, there were 219 diabetes patients, and most of them could not be treated in the hospital. Thanks to the 35th legislature, we now can treat all of the diabetes patients in the Virgin Islands. That's right, we can now treat all of them. Roy Leicester Snyder has added chairs, and the new center has opened in St. Croix. So the diabetes emergency has been abated, but we have to deal with the cancer. We're building the new Charlotte Kinelman Center. It's over $65 million we're spending. And remember now, the insurance contracts I am asking that the reimbursement rates be renegotiated because remember, a lot of us go away to the States to get cancer treatment because we don't have the confidence in our cancer treatment locally. We need to end that and we need to fix the diabetes center. I mean, we need to have it open. And thank you so much, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much, Senator Fonseca. Senator Marvin A. Blyden, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, and I rise in support of all of the bills in this block. I will speak in respect to Bill number 36-0005, which establishes a mandatory minimum bail amount in domestic violence cases. I believe this community is too small to have so many domestic violence cases, and there is no place for domestic violence. So I definitely will be supporting a piece of legislation. Bill number 36-0021, relating to opioids and requiring that a practitioner discuss certain information with a patient when prescribing opioids. And I am a sponsor of that bill also. Bill number 36-0036 that deals with our impound lot for VIPD and other related purposes. It's about time. That's a good bill. I will be supporting that. Bill number 36-0053, which increases the minimum wage in terms of salary for our workers that at the bottom of the pay scale when it comes to government work. And I must say, who feels it knows it, because those individuals usually are individuals who works 2-3 jobs, have the kids home with a relative and or by themselves in many cases. And I believe this would help in many other areas in respect to not only a salary increase, but other social issues it would address. So I definitely did sign on as a sponsor, and I will be supporting that piece of legislation. Bill number 36-0063, which is a very good bill also, that makes sure that all contractors doing business in the territory, regardless of physical location, must pay their fair share, especially where we are at a time when we are rebuilding the Virgin Islands, hospitals, schools, and other capital projects, private and public sector. And I must say that is a very important bill, but at the same time I want to advocate that we must assure that our subcontractors get a fair share also, and make sure that our tradesmen participate in this process, because that's a lot of money out there, over $20 billion with a B. And we must assure that our people eat too. That's very important for them and their families and the growth of this territory, especially as was stated by my colleagues, make sure we have revenues to pay for these salary increases we're trying to give our people and other areas. And bill number 36-0085. There have been a lot of talk about this piece of legislation, and it's a no-brainer for me.
1 minute.
Act to prevent or rescind any automatic implementation of salary adjustments made pursuant to the recommendations of the Virgin Islands Public Officials Compensation Commission. The commission is a very good thing, The commission came about as a result of the last time this body, the senators back in the day, gave themselves a raise. And no public official should be giving themselves a raise. There should be some type of mechanism to do such, and that's what the compensation is about. Now,
30 seconds.
The issue is that the law is broken. The issue is individuals believe they could do what they want, and no one is above the law, as we say all the time. That's what they told me. No one is above the law. So, with that being said, I do agree with that. We are lawmakers, not lawbreakers, and we must abide by the law. So definitely I will be supporting all of these legislation in this block. And it is high time that people obey the law, especially those who think they could do what they want because of their positions. And lastly, no one, I believe, works in public service in these positions for the money. We should do it for the people. Okay, it's a purpose, it's a calling. And if that's not what you want, you're in the wrong position. You're in the wrong profession, in my opinion, because that's what it's all about. So again, thank you for the time, and I will be voting in affirmative. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Marvin Blyden. Senator Kurt A. Ville, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. 3 years ago, I brought a minimum wage increase bill in the 34th legislature in December. The bill was passed by this body. Just about, I think everybody voted for it. It was sent to the executive branch, and the bill was vetoed. At that time, the concerns were budgetary constraints. There wasn't a methodology used, et cetera, but every excuse under the sun was utilized to veto that particular bill. The bill had a number in the 35th. It wasn't heard. A senator from Frederick said had it. And now the bill is back again. The bill is back on the table again to give individuals what you could consider a more decent living wage. Now, the surprising thing is that a couple days before the bill was heard, there was a meeting in this institution in which the personnel director, to justify a raise for the chief executive, said that this body needed to consider cost of living, time value of money, and inflation. For a $42,000 raise, you got to consider that you can't leave it at the same level. But when it came to the man making $27,000, that was not considered. Something got to be seriously wrong. Those individuals making 27, 30, 31, they have the same bills as all of us have. And many of them are working 2 and 3 jobs in order to make ends meet. We can't consciously give somebody a $42,000 raise and their employees making 27, and there's no comparison between the two groups. But how can you justify a raise that would carry you to the top 10? Not in the Caribbean, but the top 10 in the nation. Higher than DeSantis of Florida, higher than everybody else that you could think about. The top 10 states that have millions of individuals. But then you try to flip it and turn it on this body, that this body isn't being responsible. How can you flip it on this body? One of my favorite books is The Emperor New Clothes. And there are 5,000 individuals telling the emperor, put on your clothes, you're naked, put on your clothes. And 10 saying, your robe is so beautiful. And they're saying that we must follow the 10 elected leaders to solve this community, must follow the 10 individuals that are saying, your robe is beautiful. But the 5,000 with no clothes.
1 minute.
That is saying that the emperor has no clothes. We supposed to not listen to them or respect them. This week, headline yesterday, Elon Musk says a big, beautiful bill is an abomination. And any Republican that vote for it, I am going to not give them any money come next year election cycle.
30 seconds.
The president, right-hand man, being able to look at a bill and say, it is no good. But all of a sudden, when you are one party, you're supposed to just say, oh, no matter what come, then we close the aisle and we just vote. And then when you say, no, I'm going to analyze it and I'm going to vote for what is right, they want to chastise you. They want to go after our colleagues, call our colleagues' names because you don't agree to give somebody a $42,000 raise?
Time.
I'll finish now, Mr. President. The lieutenant governor has written a letter asking for the raises to be rescinded. The new Democrat lieutenant governor that just came a Democrat 7 years ago saying rescind the raises because it's a quid pro quo. You know what I mean? You gain something. You're getting something. So yesterday, we learned that the chair of the commission getting $125,000. And the last year only got $95,000. That's a $30,000 raise. But I said the quid pro quo from before the lieutenant governor joined me and said, hey, this don't look good. Take my name off. But then you come in and saying, senators, forget about that. Forget about my lieutenant governor. I gonna squash all his chances of running because I want mine. He want his, I gonna squash his chances of running. He did. He could stay on the side. I want mine. Give me my money. We gotta think about these stuff. We seriously got to consider it because this body job is to act responsibly and make sure that we rescind Section 20 of the Organic Act, give this body the authority to set the salary of the governor. Nobody else. And with the commission report, if it was going to go to that, it got to be codified in Title III. And it's not codified. So it is not valid, need to be rescinded, null and void, or face the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Violet. Senator Avery Lewis, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, colleagues.
Colleagues, please. Colleagues, please.
Good afternoon, people of the Virgin Islands. As it pertains to all the bills in this block, I do support every last one of them. As the first bill I want to discuss is Bill 360036, Title 20, Virgin Island Code, Part 2, Chapter 43, Section 5, to increasing penalties for traffic violations, establishing a Virgin Islands Police Department in Ponglat. Wearing the previous hat, I could see that this is fitting, and it's about time. We long overdue for our own impong. And as I signed on as a sponsor to this, I thank the bill sponsor from Frederickstead. Thank you for bringing this forward. The bill 360053, moving the salaries, not just for government employees, but semi-autonomous and independent instrumentalities from 27 to 32,000. That's a no-brainer. When we traverse this territory and we see the little people who are making the engine walk, I'm barely making it. A lot of you, we go to Griffith Park on the weekends. We go to all these different parks. A lot of these guys out there being compensated, they're doing it out of the good of their heart, but they still have their families and everything to deal with. You have the man on the garbage truck, you have people in public walks, you have everybody out there when they call, a duty is called, they answer that call. Sometimes they got to fight for overtime. But you know what we do? The union man got to get up off behind now and walk. Because everybody now going to get a little bump up, and it calls for negotiating and proper planning. You got to meet your members now, because they're coming to you. So you know what my colleagues do? We're making you walk now. You got to come out and face the music. So all of you who visit them in 10 and 12 years and things, now you got to visit them. And when the amendment come this afternoon, I for that too. Again, I state, when we have vendors owed, and you know, we have basic things. Right now, we got to look for money for schools. I told the director of school bureau and maintenance, when school open, I want our children to walk in to that wow effect. All of them don't clear 100,000.
1 minute.
It's time for us to give our children a $100,000 look or $1 million look when they walk into these schools. Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, just let me wrap up. So at this time, I ain't bidding for no salary. I know the salary when I come in. I making do, and I just fine with that. And I know everybody looking, because you know what they say? Let me see what Albert boy gonna say, buddy. You know, story, you know,
30
secret.
seconds.
That's my friend. But I tell him, my brother, not this time. You gonna hold on a little longer with me, but we gonna find a little bit. Yeah. Well, I know what he do, but I tell him. And to my good brother, the fireman, I thank you for this bill, because you're right. It's about time everybody pay their fair share. And the next thing we're going to look into, to make sure that our local contractors, our vendors here, get a big eat out of all this $23 billion. Not no little eat, a big eat. I heard the governor saying about 7 years ago, we're going to turn on millionaires. We're really going to turn them out now, because we're going to put things in place before they bring their traco, baco, plumber, electrician here, and Delta. Our man them going to be up front. And we not only going to have our contractors here, but we're going to have our children training along with them too, and have them in place. Because they ain't coming from here come fix nothing. Our children going to be fixing the thing them. Colleagues, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. And Mr. President, thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary, Senator Avery Lewis. Senator Kenneth Gittins, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon to all again. One thing I understood from all the speakers that spoke before me now is that we all have an understanding that every tub gonna sit on your own bottom. So I'm glad to hear what I was listening to today. I will start off by asking you for your support on Bill 36-0036, the updating of the traffic penalties and creating the police impound lot. As we know, that is well needed, and adjusting these fines will definitely serve, hopefully, as a deterrent, and we need to get our enforcement officers to get on the ball and make sure that enforcement is a top priority. Also, to have the impound lot, as we note the necessity of better securing these vehicles. And on the backside of this, we know that the funding will also support our young people, as some of these funding will go towards the Police Athletic League and slated to go to the Rising Stars Steel Orchestra. I also joined on to Bill 36-0053 that speaks to the minimum wage increase. I do wholeheartedly support this. We need to do some more work on it, and I thank my colleague from Frederickstead who had the bill before and working with everyone else so that we could bring this forward. Later on, this might cause a little tension too, because people are going to be like, I've been here so long, and people just coming in making 35, whatever the case may be. We should have considered a sliding scale, but it's neither here or there. It's needed to help our people in government, especially as we consider increasing top official salaries. As it pertains to 36-0085, yes, transparency and accountability, I always say, is key. And I keep saying that this government don't have a money problem. We have a money management problem. And this morning, the Democratic Party was in turmoil. Turn up. King Triton come with all his ammunition throwing.
1 minute.
I couldn't believe it. Because I responded and say, you know what, we have to respect each other's position. We all ain't going to agree. We're going to a destination, but we ain't going to agree on going in the same direction. And that took King Triton and a whole different path with me this morning. I love what my colleague said, the attorney amongst us, reasserting our authority as the first branch of government.
30 seconds.
Colleagues, and I'm going to ask you for a little extra time in advance, Mr. President, because this weighs heavily on my chest as a Democrat. I'm telling you, I so felt this morning like if I was on St. Croix, I would have gone right into the Board of Elections and just changed my party affiliation. That's how I felt this morning. It was that bad. All right? We have to know that in this body, when we asked the people for their vote, we decided that we were coming here to work on behalf of the people.
Time.
The party, Mr. President, if I may,
You may wrap up.
As a Democratic Party, we're supposed to be working in the best interests of the people. So there shouldn't be no tripping up as to who we are working for. I want to remind the people of the Virgin Islands and remind us, colleagues, that we, this body, wrote to the governor in a letter dated February 3rd, 2025, advising him of our position about this pay increase and cautioned him not to implement it, or we will have to seek judicial intervention. That is the reason why I said, after we found out that he did months later now implemented the raises, that we need to take him to the third branch of government. That's why you have 3 co-equal branches of government. Not because we are the first branch of government, being the legislature means that we are superior to anyone. We are 3 co-equal branches of government. So if there is a dispute, the courts is where we need to go. So I say that to say as well that I hope that my Democratic Party has positioned itself to now, when election come, for them to pay their own party primary. And I say this because this compensation commission problem is what caused us to be where we're at now. What happened is that the commission in itself was a good bill. It was a good measure. What happened is that after the commission report was due in 2022, after it was due in 2022, this body went ahead and funded the commission thereafter. That's the same thing that we do when it comes to these political party primaries. The law is clear that the parties are responsible for their own primary, but we continue to fund them. This is what created the problem with this, ladies and gentlemen. Let's remember that. And now the administration is boasting about how strong the government finances are. Why? Because we want to support increasing these salaries at this time. You know, meanwhile, the government still haven't even paid all the retroactive wages. Our schools are still not built. Roads are in disrepair. Hospitals still waiting for money. We got to do better. At the appropriate time, let's vote our conscience and do what we need to do with Bill number 0085. And I ask for your full support on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President Senator Kenneth Gittins. Colleagues, I also rise in support of all of the bills in this final block, beginning with Bill number 36-0005. Beginning with Bill number 36-0005. This bill strengthens protections for victims of domestic violence through mandatory minimum bail requirements. This is very important, a piece of legislation protecting victims of domestic violence. Bill 36-0021 This bill enhances oversight of opioid prescriptions to combat the ongoing opioid crisis. It's not just something that's happening on a national level. This epidemic is rapidly making its way to our shores. This is based on the feedback we got from the Commissioner of Health. So this is an opportunity for us to have additional language to strengthen the requirements with regards to persons who are prescribed opioids. Bill number 36-0036 increases penalties for traffic violations while establishing better enforcement mechanisms. I know we all have been the victims of persons who are running red lights. That's my pet peeve in this community. This bill, in addition to establishing a police department impound lot, it also increases penalties for critical traffic violations. Bill 36-0053 is a step towards ensuring that all public servants, this is the minimum wage bill, can meet the rising cost of living in our territory. The cost of living is rising rapidly, and salary increases are definitely not keeping pace with the rate of inflation. And this provides our people on the lower end of the spectrum with an opportunity, with a raise, with an opportunity to provide them with the resources necessary to make ends meet. Bill number 36-0063 ensures that all contractors doing business in the VI, and I must commend the freshman senator also for this initiative. It ensures that all contractors doing business with the Virgin Islands government pay their fair share of gross receipt taxes. It eliminates those loopholes that exist in our community. Finally, bill number 36-0085, and that's
1 minute.
The explosive bill that has really affected our territory in a massive way. The bill addresses, in my view, a fundamental constitutional issue: the legislature's exclusive authority to set public official salaries under the revised Organic Act. The bill serves three critical purposes. First, it upholds the constitutional governance by ensuring salary decisions flow through proper legislative channels. Second, it protects taxpayers by requiring the return of unauthorized payments to the general fund. And third, it establishes accountability measures with regards to preventing future circumvention of legislative authority. The legislature cannot allow its constitutional prerogatives to be eroded through procedural oversights or administrative end runs. The bill restores the proper balance of powers while ensuring that any future compensation adjustments receive the deliberative review our system of government demands.
Time.
Colleagues, we've exhausted our statements in this round. Madam Clerk, can you please call up the first bill?
Bill number 36-0005, an act amending Title 16, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 2, Section 99, establishing a mandatory minimum bail amount in domestic violence cases.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Can we please have a roll call?
Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Marvin Blyden. Senator Blyden, yeah. Senator Angel L. Borges Jr. Senator Borges Jr., yeah. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Norval E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Hubert L. Fredericks. Senator Frederick, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Morris C. James. Senator Morris C. James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph absent. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yea. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis absent. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yea. Mr. President, we have 13
Please record Senator Lewis's vote as yes.
Senator Avery L. Lewis, yea. Mr. President, we have 14 yea, 1 absent.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0005, an act amending Title 16, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 2, Section 99, establishing a mandatory minimum bail amount in domestic violence cases, has been voted affirmatively in this body and will be forwarded to the governor for final vote and for final approval and further action. Madam Clerk, can you please call up the next item?
Bill number 36-0021, an act amending Title 19, Virgin Islands Code, Part 3, Chapter 29, Subchapter 1, relating to opioids and requiring that a practitioner discuss certain information with a patient when prescribing opioids.
Senator Blyden, you may proceed with your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I offer my amendment number 36-379 to Bill number 36-0021. Bill number 36-0021, Section 1 is amended as follows. A, in subsection A. 1, at line 7 by striking third and inserting second. 2, at line 8 by striking or. And 3, at line 9 by inserting or the patient's caregiver after minor. B, in subsection B, by striking a first instance of or and inserting a comma, and by inserting or the patient's caregiver after guardian. C, in subsection C, by striking the existing language and inserting the following. Subsection A, shall not apply to a patient who is receiving hospice care from a licensed hospice care provider or is under palliative care for a terminal illness. I so move.
Second. Properly moved by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator Fonseca, Senator Novelli Francis, Senator Clifford Joseph. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Do it. Roll call on the bill as amended.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator Francis Heiliger, not voting. Senator Hubert L. Frederick, Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator Gittins, nay. Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr., Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis, Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter,
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale, Senator Viale, yay. Mr. President, we have 12 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent, 1 not voting.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleague, Bill number 36-0021, an act amending Title 19, Virgin Islands Code, Part 3, Chapter 29, Subchapter 1, relating to opioids and requiring that a practitioner discuss certain information with a patient when prescribing opioids, as amended, has been favorably considered by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further action and consideration. Madam Clerk, can you please call up the next item?
Bill number 36-0036, an act repealing and reenacting Title 20, Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, Chapter 43, Section 512, increasing the penalties for traffic violations, establishing a Virgin Islands Police Department impound lot, and for other related purposes.
Can we please have a roll call?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Herbert L. Frederick, Hubert Fredericks, yeah. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator Gittins, yeah. Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James, yeah. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Johnson, yeah. Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Clifford Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yeah. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, yeah. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yeah. Senator Kurt E. Viale. Senator Viale, yeah. Mr. President, we have 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0036, an act repealing and reenacting Title 20, Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, Chapter 43, Sections 512, increasing penalties for traffic violations, establishing a Virgin Islands Police Department impound lot, and for other related purposes, has been favorably voted upon by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further action and consideration. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item up?
Bill number 36-0053, an act amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Subchapter 5, Section 555B, to increase the minimum annual salary for full-time employees of the Government of the Virgin Islands, its semi-autonomous agencies and independent instrumentalities from $27,040 to $32,000.
Amendment.
Senator Francis, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and colleagues. I rise to offer amendment number 36-411, an amendment to bill number 36-0053 being offered by yours truly, Senator Novel E. Francis Jr., as well as Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Bill number 36-0053 is amended in section 1, paragraph 1 by striking 32,000 and inserting 35,000. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Novel Francis, seconded by Senator Avery Lewis, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, Senator Franklin Johnson, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator Angel Bolquez Jr., Senator Hubert L. Frederick, Senator Clifford Joseph, Senator Maurice James, everybody. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Amendment.
Technical amendment. Senator Ville, recognized for your technical amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for a technical amendment of Bill number 36-0053 in section 2 by striking 6 and replacing it with 5. So instead of 2026, it says 2025. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Ville, seconded by Senator Clifford Joseph, Senator Novel Francis, Senator Avery Lewis, Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Hubert Frederick. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Madam Clerk. Amendment. Senator Angel Bolquez, please proceed with your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move amendment number 36-409, amendment to bill number 36-0053, offered by Senators Angel Bolquez Jr., Kurt A. Ville, Marvin A. Blyden, Maurice C. James, Clifford A. Joseph Sr., Avery L. Lewis, Hubert L. Frederick, Dwayne M. DeGraff, Milton E. Potter, Ray Fonseca, Franklin D. Johnson, and Novel E. Francis Jr. Bill number 36-0053 is amended by inserting the following appropriately numbered section. Section blank A, not later than March 31st, 2026, the Office of Management and Budget, in coordination with all independent instrumentalities, shall submit a report to the President of the Legislature detailing the projected fiscal impact of this act, including anticipated changes to personnel expenditures and agency operating budgets resulting from the increase in minimum salary established in Section 1 of this Act. B, beginning in fiscal year 2028 and every 2 years thereafter, the Department of Finance, in consultation with the Virgin Islands Bureau of Economic Research, shall review trends in the cost of living in the Virgin Islands and submit a report to the President of the Legislature evaluating whether further adjustments to the minimum annual salary for full-time employees of the government of the Virgin Islands and independent instrumentalities are warranted based on inflationary data and economic indicators. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Angel Bolquez, seconded by Senator Hubert Fredericks, Senator Avery Lewis, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Maurice James, and Senator Novel Francis, and Senator Clifford Joseph, and Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Madam Clerk, can you please have a roll call on the matter as amended?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yea. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Senator Kurt A. Violet. Senator Violet, yea. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you so very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0053, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Subchapter 5, Section 555B, to increase the minimum annual salary for full-time employees of the government of the Virgin Islands, its semi-autonomous agencies, and independent instrumentalities from $27,040 to $32,000 as amended has been voted upon favorably by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item in the block?
Bill number 36-0085, an act to prevent or rescind any automatic implementation of salary adjustments made pursuant to the recommendation of the Virgin Islands Public Officials Compensation Commission to reclaim unauthorized payments and to establish enforcement and penalty provisions.
Thank you very much. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your amendment.
Yes, thank you. Well, you could. I move amendment in the nature of a substitute number 36-4132, Bill number 36-0085, sponsored by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator Clifford Joseph, Senator Milton E. Potter, Senator Avery Lewis, Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Kurt Violet, Senator Dwayne D. Graff, Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Maurice James, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator Ray Fonseca. Bill number 36-0085 is amended as follows. A, by striking the language after the enactment clause and inserting new language that reads, Section 1A, notwithstanding Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Section 546, the recommendations of the compensation issued by the Virgin Islands Public Official Compensation Commission dated August 2024 are null and void, and if implemented, the recommendations are rescinded. B, no later than 30 days after the enactment of this act, all funds disbursed or salary increases paid to public officials pursuant to the compensation recommendations must be returned to the general fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands. B, by inserting as a preamble to the bill the following whereas clauses. Whereas, pursuant to Section 20 of the Revised Organic Act of the Virgin Islands, the Legislature of the Virgin Islands has the exclusive authority to prescribe the laws of the salaries and travel allowances of the governor, lieutenant governor, and head of the executive departments, other officers, and employees of the government of the Virgin Islands, and members of the legislature. Whereas the legislature of the Virgin Islands has established the salary of the governor at $150,000 and the lieutenant governor at $125,000, codified at Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 1, Subsection A, and Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Section 31, Subsection A, respectively. Whereas, pursuant to the authority granted under Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Section 544, on or about August 13, 2024, The Virgin Islands Public Official Compensation Commission issued a report and recommendations regarding salaries for government officials as defined in 3 VIC subsection 541C. I so move.
Second. Properly moved by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, seconded by Senator Kenneth Gittins, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, Senator Avery Lewis, Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Clifford Joseph, Senator Franklin Johnson, Herring, Senator Hubert Frederick, I said Senator Angel Bolquez, hearing no objection, so ordered. Madam Clerk, can we have a roll call on the bill as amended?
Yeah. Senator Marvin Blyden? Senator Blyden, yeah. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr.? Senator Bolquez Jr., yeah. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, yeah. Senator Ray Fonseca? Senator Fonseca, yeah. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr.? Senator Francis Jr., yeah. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger? Senator Francis Heiliger, yeah. Senator Hubert L. Frederick? Senator Frederick, yeah. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins? Senator Gittins, yeah. Senator Maurice C. James? Senator James, yeah. Senator Franklin D. Johnson? Senator Johnson, yeah. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Senator Joseph absent. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.? Senator Joseph Sr., yeah. Senator Avery L. Lewis? Senator Lewis, yeah. Senator Milton E. Potter?
Yes.
Senator Potter, yeah. Senator Kurt A. Viale? Senator Viale, yeah. Mr. President, we have 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0085, an act to prevent or rescind any automatic implementation of salary adjustments made pursuant to the recommendations of the Virgin Islands Public Officials Compensation Commission to reclaim unauthorized payments and to establish enforcement and penalty provisions as amended has been voted upon favorably by this body and will be forwarded to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, can you please call up the final bill in this block?
Bill number 36-0063, an act amending Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 1, Chapter 3, Section 41, 42A, and 43A and C, to clarify that gross receipt taxes must be paid by all contractors doing business in the Virgin Islands, regardless of physical location.
Thank you very much. Can we, Senator Clifford A. Joseph, you're recognized for your amendment.
I move amendment number 36-381 to bill number 36-0063, offered by myself, Senator Maurice James, Senator Avery Lewis, Senator Nobel Francis Jr., Senator Hubert Frederick, Senator Milton Potter, Senator Kurt Bailey, Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Angel Bolquez Jr., Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Franklin Johnson, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. No. Bill number 36-063 is amended by striking all language and inserting the following. Yeah. Bill number 36-0063 is amended by striking all language and inserting the following. Whereas the Virgin Islands continues to undertake Mr. President, I'd like to reinstate.
You may proceed, Senator.
Bill number 36-063 in the form of is amended by nature of a substitute. Is by striking all language and inserting the following. Whereas the Virgin Islands continues to undertake long-term disaster recovery and infrastructure projects following Hurricane Irma and Maria.
Senator Maurice C. James, you're recognized for your motion.
I move the waiving of the reading of the bill, of the amendment. In the nature of a substitute, I move to waive the reading. I so move. Thank
Properly moved by Senator Maurice James, seconded by Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Avery Lewis. Hearing no objections. So ordered.
I so move. Second. Okay, to clarify.
Anyway. Session stands and reset for 2 minutes. Session is back on the record. Do I hear a motion?
Mr. President.
Senator Maurice James, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to waive the reading of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Maurice James, seconded by Senator Novel Francis. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
I so move.
Second.
Properly moved by Senator Clifford Joseph, seconded by Senator Francis. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Amendment.
Senator Francis, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, and colleagues, I rise to offer amendment number 36-242, an amendment to Bill number 36-0063. Bill number 36-0063 is amended by adding the following appropriately numbered section blank. Act number 8915, section 1 is amended as follows. A, in subsection C, strike $150 million and insert $250 million. B, in subsection C, 2, strike $100 million and insert $200 million. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Novel Francis, seconded by Senator Avery Lewis, Senator Kurt Violet, Senator Heward Frederick, Senator Clifford Joseph, Senator Marvin Blyden. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Amendment.
Senator Francis, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you. Mr. President, I rise again to offer amendment number 36-312, an amendment to Bill number 36-0063, being offered by yours truly, Senator Novel E. Francis Jr. Bill number blank 36 blank is Bill number 36-0063 is amended by adding the following 3 appropriately numbered sections. Section blank, Act number 8870 is amended by striking Virgin Islands Department of Education and inserting Virgin Islands Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. Section blank, Act number 8916 as amended by Acts number 8954 and 8879 is further amended as follows. A, on pages 4 and 5, Org 370, Department of Labor is amended as follows. 1, in line item personnel services by striking $2,814,961 and inserting $3,227,166. 2, line item.
Senator Kurt Violet, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to waive the reading of amendment number 36. That's 312. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Kurt Violet, seconded by Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Maurice James, and Senator Clifford Joseph. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Novel Francis, seconded by Senator Clifford Joseph. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Amendment.
Senator Francis, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Chair and colleagues, Mr. President and colleagues, I offer amendment number 36-297. Amendment to Bill number 36-0063 is being offered by yours truly, Senator Novel E. Francis Jr. Bill number 36-0063 is amended by inserting the following appropriately numbered section. Section blank, Title 12, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 21, Section 910 is amended as follows. A, in subsection C, 1, paragraph 2, small 1, subparagraph A, after subdivision, insert 5 parcels or less and strike all language after duplex and insert or the construction of any 3 family dwelling approved pursuant to any amnesty or infilled legislation, or 2, subparagraph B, strike 52.
Senator Maurice C. James, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Please recognize Senator Maurice James's microphone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to waive the reading of amendment number 36-297. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Maurice James, seconded by Senator Avery Lewis and Senator Ray Fonseca. Objection, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
2-minute debate.
We will have the waiving of the reading of the minute.
We don't have a debate on it.
2-minute
Roll call.
debate.
The waiving.
That's roll call.
Okay. So this is a roll call. Roll call. Roll call on the amendment. Colleagues, we're going to have a roll call on the motion to waive the reading of the amendment.
That was already passed.
He objected to it. Senator DeGraff objected to the motion to.
No, not for the waiver.
Not for the waiver. Okay, we're gonna. Colleagues, legal counsel is going to sort this out, weigh in on this. Attorney Sekou, please clarify.
Okay. Mr. President, we're now at we already waived the reading of the amendment that was moved and properly seconded, and you already banged the gavel on that. We're now on to the amendment, which was moved, but there was no second. Senator DeGraff objected to the amendment, so there needs to be a second. Well, the second was not announced. So the second would have to be announced, and then you may have your objection, and then you can have your.
Yeah, it was seconded. It was seconded by Senator Lewis, Senator Fonseca, and Senator Clifford A. Joseph.
Yeah, exactly. It was not. Mr. President, the second was to the motion to waive the reading, not to the amendment itself.
Objected to that.
No, Senator DeGraff is saying that he's objecting to the amendment, not to the waiving of the reading. So his objection was premature.
Colleagues, we're gonna take a recess for 2 minutes. Session is back on the record. Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. President. I withdraw my objection to the reading of the waiving of the reading.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Novel Francis, seconded by Senator Cordville, Senator Avery Lewis, Senator Angel Bolquez, objected to by Senator Dwayne DeGraff.
2 minute debate time.
We're going to have a 2-minute debate time. You don't have to utilize your full 2 minutes. Okay. Senator DeGraff, please state your objections.
Thank you, Mr. President. I object to, I would like to find out exactly what that particular amendment was about. I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. How much time is left for Senator DeGraff?
1 minute, 50 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, Title 12, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 21, Section 910, is set the standards by which major and minor coastal zone permits are assessed. Obviously, this amendment seeks to increase the fees for increase the amount that's required for each of those areas. In subparagraph 1, for example, originally there was a $75,000 that was required for a minor coastal zone permit, and now that allows for at least $500,000. And what this is during the timestamp. This was established back in the 70s, 80s, and current standards, the costs have increased exponentially. So what we have done was utilize the CPI, working along with DPNR, to establish what that cost would look like today, and add in a 10 to 15% for the purpose of transporting those products here on the island in terms of building material, and hence the increase in the number to $500,000, and then there's a sliding scale for each of the categories. I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. How much time remains for Senator Francis?
50 seconds.
Thank you. Senator DeGraff.
Mr. President, I'm satisfied with the explanation. I withdraw my objection.
Thank you very much. Hearing no objection, since your objection was withdrawn, so ordered. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move amendment number 36-218 to bill number 36-0063. Bill number 36-0063 is amended by adding the following appropriately numbered sections. Section blank, Act number 8916, line titled General Fund, subsection L, as amended by Act number 8979, section 7, is amended by striking Veterans Emergency and Mainland Transportation Account and inserting Veterans Emergency.
Senator Viale, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to waive the reading of amendment number 36 as 2018. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Cordville, seconded by Senator Ray Fonseca, objected to by Senator Novel E. Francis.
He objected.
We will have a 2-minute debate time.
Wait, he objected to the waiving of the reading, and he objected to the amendment. He objected to the waiving of the
Yes, yes. Yes, you in fact objected to the waiving of the meeting.
That's what he objected to.
So you have to withdraw your objection.
And wait,
So
and come back.
Huh? Okay, we will proceed with a roll call since there was an objection to the waiving of the reading.
I withdraw.
Right.
I withdraw, Senator President. I withdraw.
Okay. Senator Francis withdrew his objection. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Dwayne DeGraff, seconded by Senator Franklin Johnson. Objected to by Senator Cordville. We will have a 2-minute debate time.
Thank you.
Senator Viola, you may proceed with your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd like the proponent to explain exactly what is contained in this amendment.
Thank you
I
for
reserve,
asking.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. How much time remains for Senator Viole?
1 minute, 50 seconds.
1 minute, 50 seconds. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you may proceed with your...
Thank you very much for asking, Mr. Majority Leader. I'm very happy to explain it for all the veterans of the territory. In Act 8979, Veterans Emergency Mainland Transportation Account was created, and we forgot to put back in the burial expenses. So where veterans, when they pass away and they're supposed to get the $5,000 to assist with the burial, that portion was left off. The money is there in the budget already, so we're just adding in burial expenses to that act to make sure that the veterans still are able to receive services during the time of the passing, so the families could be assisted. I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. How much time remains for Senator
1
DeGraff?
minute, 15 seconds.
1:15. Senator Viole, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I withdraw my objection.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hearing no objections, since the objection was withdrawn, so ordered. Amendment, Senator Avery Lewis, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I offer amendment number 36-415 to bill number 36-0063, and it reads as follows. Section blank, Act 8897, Section 1 is amended by striking Hospital Ground Bethel Baptist Church Road and inserting Cookie Point Road project. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Avery Lewis, seconded by Senator Ray Fonseca and Senator Angel Volquez and Marvin Blyden. Objected to by, seconded by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, objected to by Senator Dwayne DeGraff. We will have a 2-minute debate time. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, when I see a bill taking money from one place, in this case, Hospital Ground Bethel Baptist Church, and to put it someplace else, Cookie Point Road project, I'd just like to have that explained as to why we're doing that. I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you. How much time remains for Senator DeGraff?
1 minute, 45 seconds.
Thank you very much. Senator Lewis, you may proceed.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. In Act 8897, originally, the Hospital Ground Road Bethel Baptist Church Road was funded by the federal funds and also with local funds. So we can't move the federal funds from that place, so we're going to move the local funds to Cookie Point Road. But it's still funded by the federal funds, and it's going to begin in about 2 weeks. I reserve the balance of my time.
1 minute, 30 seconds for Senator Lewis.
Thank you. Senator DeGraff, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I withdraw my objection.
I so move.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Properly moved by Senator Lewis, seconded by Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise to offer amendment number 36-389, an amendment to bill number 36-0063. Bill number 36-0063 is amended by inserting the following appropriate number section. Section blank, the sum of $15,000 is appropriated in fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025 from the general fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands to the Virgin Islands National Guard, Technical Amendment, Office of the Adjutant General, for costs associated with the Virgin Islands National Guard 50th anniversary celebration. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Novell Francis, seconded by Senator Maurice James, Senator Clifford Joseph, Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Object to that. Object to that.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Object to that.
Okay, Madam Clerk, can you please call up the item as amended for roll call?
Bill number 36-0063, an act amending Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 1, Chapter 3, Section 41, 42A, and 42 43A and C to clarify that gross receipt taxes must be paid by all contractors doing business in the Virgin Islands regardless of physical location as amended.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Can we have a roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Yea. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yea. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yea. Mr. President, we have 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0063, an act amending Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 1, Chapter 3, Sections 41, 42A, and 43A, and C, to clarify that gross receipts taxes must be paid by all contractors doing business in the Virgin Islands regardless of physical location, as amended, has been approved by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Senator Francis Heidegger, you're recognized for your point of personal privilege.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to say thank you to my colleagues today for their support of Bill number 360085. We are an example today that when this body works together, the people's voices are heard. So again, I appreciate what was done. We are hopefully going to get these raises rescinded and do the people's business. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Alma Francis Heidegger. Senator Angel Bolquez, you're recognized for your point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President and colleagues, I want to echo the same sentiments on thanking each and every one of you for your efforts today and all of the work that has been done. In addition, I wanted to mention that the TSK, Stanley and his 10 Sleepless Nights, this is their 55th anniversary. And we should do everything that we can to support them because in the 34th legislature, Senator Viale appropriated funds to assist them with their cultural functions, and I did also in the 35th legislature. And unfortunately, they have not been able to draw down on any of those funds to date. And we must do everything that we can to try to make sure or assure that these funds reach where we intended them to go, especially being that it's their 55th anniversary, and of course, I would like to ask for a moment of silence for Mr. Austin Eldridge Christian Jr., if I may, Mr. President.
Yes, you may. Colleagues, a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you very much. That was the most appropriate moment of silence, Senator Bolquez. Senator Clifford Joseph, you're recognized for your point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'd like to thank all my colleagues in supporting Bill number 360063. As amended, this measure is important to the Treasury of the Virgin Islands. As senators, we are tasked as a primary duty to generate revenues, and this measure does just that by ensuring that all contractors, especially those working on disaster-related projects, pay their fair share. I am pleased this could be the first bill as a freshman senator. And also, every time I have something to, anytime I have a next bill to bring that will be dealing with money, I'll wear this green suit, because that's the task of money is on the way. Thank you again, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. And make sure you wear that green suit every session day. Senator Kurt Avila, you're recognized for your point of personal privilege.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank every person serving in the 36th legislature. I think we all work well today, and we all work in unison to make sure that we have been able to pass what I think is some very meaningful legislation, especially the legislation raising the minimum average salary to $35,000. It's been a long time, and this body has committed that we're going to work during the budget cycle to make sure that those positions are funded. So we have until October 1st. This is not a raise for tomorrow, but we have until October 1st, and we have pledged that we're going to look at those areas of the budget where we can have reductions, where we can reduce rent, where we could use government property, a number of different strategies we have discussed. I also want to thank the individuals in St. Croix, some young professionals that this morning went out and protest, a silent protest in reference to the pay increase. And they were trying to send a message to the legislature that we need to respect their profession and that they are willing to be heard. And these are young professionals that came back home that protest. I want to applaud them. We need more young people to be able to put officially on the record their sentiments. And colleagues, I'm hoping that we continue to listen to those who are looking at our every action and pleading with us to do the right thing. And today, we did the right thing. So hats off to all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Violet. Colleagues, I want to thank you sincerely for your hard work today, the efforts that you put forth. I think today really demonstrated the breadth and depth of our commitment to addressing the pressing needs of our territory. We did some important work today. We appointed several critical persons to boards and commissions to the judiciary, to include Judge Gallivan. We addressed a number of rezonings that's going to promote affordable housing and expanding business opportunities in the territory. We addressed the issue of minimum wage, a living wage for Virgin Islanders in the central government, moving their salaries from $27,000 to $35,000 annually, beginning October 1st of this year. These are significant measures. We address the issue of opioids in our territory. The opioid crisis is not just a stateside phenomenon. It is knocking on our doors right now. So this is an opportunity for us to embed additional language in the Virgin Islands Code to address this issue. We address the issue of public safety and having the impound lot established, increasing fines and penalties for traffic violators, so we're not dealing with the wild, wild west anymore. We also address the issue of compensation for our territory's public sector workforce. I think when matters of controversy take place, I don't think necessarily a knee-jerk reaction is the way to go. Clearly, we paced ourselves. The salary raises were implemented. The legislature banded together collectively and made a clear and coherent response and sent a clear and coherent message that the legislature of the Virgin Islands is singularly responsible for effectuating executive branch raises. So colleagues, I want to thank you all for being here. The legislative session for June 4th, 2025 is officially adjourned. I want to thank legal counsel for their efforts, media, the entire central staff, our stenographers, for all the hard work that they do to make sessions like this possible. We officially stand adjourned.
This is your Senate President, Milton E. Potter, expressing a happy graduation to the class of 2025. We've just completed graduation season, and I had the privilege of shaking hands with literally hundreds, if not thousands, of Virgin Islands graduates. I witnessed family members beaming with joy and pride, and I even temporarily lost hearing in my left ear right here from the powerful air horns at some of the graduation ceremonies. Graduation in the U.S. Virgin Islands is truly a family affair. It always generates a sense of hope, a sense of pride, a sense of optimism. Our islands need engineers and teachers. We need artists and entrepreneurs, scientists and civic leaders, people who can shape a brighter, more just Virgin Islands. Graduates, go forward, be fearless, and never forget, the Virgin Islands is not just where you're from, it is who you are. Congratulations to the class of 2025. The future is yours. By the way, I would be remiss if I didn't offer a particular shout out, a special shout out to my youngest son, Javen Mikai Potter, on his graduation from Gannon University in Erie, Pennsylvania, with a degree in nursing. He's actually home right now studying for the NCLEX exam. He wants to eventually be an advanced practice nurse with a focus in psych. Javen, we love you, we're proud of you, the future is yours. Happy graduation, everybody.
My name is Cosme Christian, and I have the honor of serving as the Chief of Staff to Senate President Milton E. Potter. It is with immense pride and deep gratitude that I stand before you today to extend my heartfelt congratulations to the class of 2025. Your dedication, perseverance, and commitment to excellence are truly commendable. But today, if you just allow me a personal moment of joy, I want to direct my deepest admiration and celebration toward one remarkable graduate, my daughter, Sana Nicole Christian. Sana recently graduated from Eastside High School in Covington, Georgia, earning an impressive 4.4 GPA. Her academic journey has been marked by distinction and excellence. She has received numerous honors, including awards in human anatomy and outstanding performance in AP microeconomics and macro, just to name a few. She has also been recognized by the College Board's National African American Recognition Program and was proudly nominated for the prestigious Governor's Honors Program. Sana will be continuing her educational journey at the illustrious Spelman College, where she will major in psychology with a concentration in mental health while minoring in African diaspora studies. Her passion lies in serving children with special needs and disabilities, a noble and compassionate calling that speaks volumes of her character. Sana, words can't fully capture the pride I feel as your father. Your achievements are just a reflection not of your brilliance and discipline, but of your heart, your purpose, and your unwavering vision for the future. I'm confident your story, already so inspiring, is only just the beginning. We are so proud of you and can't wait to witness the extraordinary chapters you will write. Sana, I love you. God bless you. Thanks.
Congratulations to all our 2025 graduates, including 3 of our very own Central Staff legislative employees. Our Capitol Police Lieutenant, Ms. Shani A. Smith, who achieved a Master's in Human Resources Management from the American Public University. Our Chief of Legislative Reporters, Ms. Tricia Seeley, and our Assistant Chief Archivist, Ms. Sterlina Warner. Both achieved degrees from the University of the Virgin Islands. Bachelors of Arts to be specific. These achievements reflect commitment to personal growth and lifelong learning. Their accomplishments remind us all of the importance of pursuing our passions and striving for excellence in all areas of our lives. As these three powerful and educated women go forward, degree in hand, backed by the knowledge that the degree has imparted, remember this, inspired by Lou Holtz. Your talent determines what you can do. Your motivation determines how much you are willing to do. And your attitude will determine how well you will do it. Congratulations, Shani, Tricia, and Sterlina. We are incredibly proud of you, and we look forward to seeing the great things you will continue to achieve.